have you ever met Libby, who is also online right now?
Yeah, I saw her on the last conference. I was like a spectator.
Oh, yeah. Libby is our youngest participant and someone to whom I really look forward to hearing.
Yeah. Well, last time she was talking about all these things about Mars and so on and so on. Are we only 6 now, or?
At the moment, but we'll be.
Oh, there'll be more. There'll be more. There's 4 parts to this star party.
Yeah, yeah.
So, the first part is the talks part, and then we do a arts part, and then we do the live image processing part. And then we do kind of an open panel, free form kind of sharing and that kind of thing. So,
Yeah.
I have some art this time. It's a little bit more on the sci-fi side, but
love it. It's good. Are you enjoying these doing these star parties, Libby?
yes.
You like it? Good.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
And Libby, where are you from? Which state?
Arkansas.
Arkansas. Okay.
Yeah, she is in Arkansas.
Oh, the
Some
dog
people
wants to go outside.
Somehow Arizona.
No, it
How's
looks
the
like
weather
that
down
the
there?
Global Star Party staff has adopted Libby.
Yes, we have.
So, David, do you still search for comets?
Absolutely, not so much photographically anymore, but I still do the visual search. I love doing it. I probably will never find another comet, but I'm still doing it, and I still love it.
Yeah, okay. I watched last time a YouTube video about Borisov. At first it was in Russian, but there was some Google French translation. I could understand more or less what he was saying. It's quite impressive, the guy. I mean, the guy doesn't use any software, takes his image, blinks everything by eye, and doesn't trust software and so on and so on.
Awesome.
Smart person, Borisov. He's gotten a lot of good comets too, including the first interstellar comet.
Yeah, I observed it several times, but now it's like in a very, very crowded field, and I didn't see it last time. I mean, I tried like a month and a half ago. I should try it again. Yeah. I love the telescope that Tom Pickett has in his background. 4.5-inch telescope, Japanese made.
Yes, Tom's background there. Mine is a 6-inch, which you probably saw at Palomar. It's a 6-inch reflector f4, which I have here.
I have my telescope. My dad built a little roll thingy so I can roll it out my driveway, roll it back in, and it has a little tray so I keep all my lenses in the tray. So we keep it in the garage, and we'll occasionally some nights we'll just get it out. Maybe like 2 times a week and try to take some photos.
I do.
Oh, excuse me, everyone. I hope that's not coronavirus. I worry that coronavirus can spread over the web. I got it.
It's kind of funny because since this crisis started, I've had a lot of Zoom conferences and things like this. I never met so many people than since crisis started.
My teachers are strict on Zoom calls. They're like, you better have your camera on at all times. You can't leave the room. You have to stay there, stay still. You can't have any pets in the picture frame. You can't be like literally sleeping in bed.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, actually, on this conference, which is not a school conference, you have a lot more freedom, Libby.
Yeah.
You can turn off your video and you can do a dance and do whatever you want.
I look forward to this one more because my teachers, we spend half of the time yelling at some kids who won't turn their camera on.
Well, we can all practice yelling. But we're not going to yell at you, Libby.
We're not going to yell Libby. Libby she ain't scared. She ain't scared.
No,
My brother brought his cats over today, so I had a lot of fun.
one of the interesting things, Libby, is that each time you say more, you seem more relaxed with us and with the group. And it's just a wonderful miracle to see you fit in with us so well. I'm really, really proud of that.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, I've never really met any more people in my life that have been into astronomy like me, so I showed my science class pictures that I took for my telescope, and they were convinced that the moon was cheese.
Well, that's one of the biggest reasons why that I'm in astronomy, not just for myself, but one of the reasons why that I started my club is I tried to reach out to kids and different things to teach them something, you know.
Good.
I like to show my class photos. It's fun. They're like, "You found that in space?" I'm like, "Yes, I did."
Part of it, which lasts about an hour. Okay. Then there's going to be an arts part of it, which might be 30 minutes or so, and then it's the astronomers. Yeah, the guys that are imaging and stuff. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, so that section's kind of like live imaging or live image processing or some sort of live demonstration. So you can do that. Okay. All right. See you, Steve. Take care. Bye-bye. This is Steve Malia from Ontario Telescopes. He's going to be coming on later.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
The Cumulonimbus Nebula.
Yes. Here's Kelly Beatty coming in. Yeah.
Horse's Head is my favorite nebula. I have it on the background of my Chromebook for school.
This one?
Can't see because I'm not in gallery view.
Mm-hmm.
Horse's Head, I have it as my school background on my computer. My
Very
little
cool.
Google background, and every time I look at it, it's fun.
I just stayed up till like 5:30 in the morning last weekend to shoot the Horsehead 2 nights in a row.
Hi, Kelly.
Hello, David. How are you?
Fine, thank you. All ready to go? And
Oh, yeah.
Actually, I rather enjoyed last week's Star Party that was just us. That was kind of pleasant, actually.
Yes.
I loved how long the chat kept going afterwards.
Yeah, I kept going. I should have just left it going, so I didn't realize how much people like to just chat in the group,
It's a good group of people, isn't it, Scotty?
It is. We've already got people watching now, so let's see.
Hi, David. How you doing?
Nicholas Rocha, Bergman Scooters watching, Jeff Wise, James the Astrophotographer is watching, Steve Malia, who's joining us later. Let's see, Dusty Haskins. Dusty, I tried to call you, but I wasn't able to get through. So we'll keep trying. Kelly Letourneau is watching, and Dr. Nesper. If I get the corona from this party, I expect an apology telescope sent to me. Jeez. Oh, man. Linda Hicks Wise is watching. Libby is a true joy. Love it. Nicholas, tomorrow rise to my house.
Linda Hicks Wise is my grandma.
Oh, okay. Well,
So she's probably watching from Facebook.
that's awesome. So Nicholas is getting a new eyepiece. Sad because it's cloudy. but fine otherwise. Sorry, Dr. Nesper. And Zane Landers, I joined the Zoom thingy and I haven't gotten an invite or had anything start. I joined the Zoom thingy. Zane, you are probably you probably bought a ticket, and so why don't you send me an email, send it to s@explorescientific.com, and I will help you, okay? Hey, Mike. It's in that email down below. Yeah. Forwarded the whole email with.
Hola.
Oye, ¿me llamaste?
Sí, pues momento.
Uh-huh.
Ok. Si tu ves el link que te pasé.
It's in the first email too.
Por Skype.
Sí, por Skype. Porque vaya a tener una conferencia y voy a mostrar imágenes tomadas con tu telescopio.
Ah, mira tú, no sabía. Gracias, qué bonito. ¿Cuándo vas a la charla?
Ahora, en 5 minutos, es una Global Star Party que toma como, no sé, 3 horas, es súper largo, pero a un momento hay gente como yo que van a mostrar algunos objetos.
Ok, ¿y yo puedo meterme a ver o no me has privado?
No, tú vas al exploscientific.live y acá tú vas a poder verla, ponla en el background.
Ok, ya lo tengo, yo estoy entrando. ¿A qué hora me dijiste?
Empieza en 15 minutos, algo así.
Ok, me quedo aquí, así, en 5 minutos dice.
Ah, ok, va 5 minutos entonces.
Sí. Bueno, aquí estoy, pues ya lo puse, gracias.
Ok,
voy a verte.
voy a cortar, chao.
Scotty, I just wanted to ask you if you really plan to start it in 4.5 minutes.
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay, then we're all set, all to go.
I guess so. We'll start a little bit. I'm here. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. Actually, it is a little bit early, isn't it?
Yeah, about 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was trying to draw to your attention. But
On Robert's Standard Time.
Just that. Here we go.
Usually I sleep
There we go.
the next morning because I have to wake up at 7 for school.
Mm-hmm.
So I usually sleep until 8 and I miss one class, so I have to get the assignment turned in later.
Wow.
Levy, you have to start doing something. Go to bed at 7 o'clock in the morning. That's the real life. Okay.
Nocturnal.
All these people, nobody wakes up at 7 o'clock. You're the only one waking up at 7 o'clock.
That is true. For most of my life, I only saw sunrises before going to bed.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right. So
Sometimes
you got
I've seen pink moons.
pink moons, huh?
Yeah. Sometimes I'll just walk out of my bedroom at night and I'll see a pink moon. It's just random sometimes.
So we have people from, I can tell there's an international audience already. Very cool. There we go. Zane Landers is coming in.
Hey, Libby, you said that you like the Horsehead
hi
Nebula.
guys.
Yes.
Let me show you something I shot.
Hello.
Hello.
Nice to meet you all. I think
That's
I've met Scott
gorgeous.
beneath.
Hey, Zane.
It's really pretty.
Ooh.
I like the color.
Boy,
This
you
is
should
the
just
Horsehead here, and this is the Orion here.
we learned a lot about the Orion at space camp. They were trying to space camp contacted us and they're trying to know if I knew who the lady was because they wanted to congratulate her.
I shot that with just a small tripod, a small mount, and a DSLR with a 200 millimeter lens on it.
Oh wow, this is DSLR.
Yeah.
Impressive.
There's about 300 photos on top of that.
Yeah, that's the magic, right?
300 photos times about 8 minutes each.
Oh wow.
At ISO 200.
That would be magic if there was only 10 minutes of processing time. But I guess there is more
No,
time
that
for
was
processing.
not. Yeah. That took
My
me a long
mom's
time.
begging me to see Betelgeuse in the telescope. I'm not sure whether she likes the star or the musical.
Probably the musical.
Yeah.
There is a comet that I shot. Comet Lovejoy.
That's pretty.
I also shot that with a DSLR.
I'm trying to get more advanced in my photos.
And here is a close-up of the horse head.
That's really pretty. That red is gorgeous. And the fact that it comes natural too.
Yeah, it's
To
gorgeous,
us.
but invisible. That's the problem.
Here's my scope.
Oh wow.
I like the gold around it. It's extra fancy.
There's a real close-up one.
Same scope?
This was shot with that scope, yes.
Oh nice.
You notice that it's not wide anymore. It went
Yeah.
from a camera lens to a.
I have not done astrophotography in a while. I had a rig and then I ditched it to pay for more Dobbs stuff.
This is Pleiades with that scope.
Oh, that's really pretty. That's probably one
nice.
of my favorite ones.
All of these were done with a DSLR. This is one with.
This is
200
all
millimeters.
DSLR. Wow.
Yeah. The Canon T3i or 600D. That's been modified.
That's pretty. It has like a gold and a blue.
This is one of the reasons why that I got started in astronomy was this right here.
Dipping pot.
Yeah, the
Dipper.
Big Dipper.
That's really wide.
I remember doing this type of thing when at the very beginning of CCD cameras, I had put an infrared filter and I could not recognize the constellation because in infrared, that star, which is, you see the tail of there's a red star there, and like an M5, and it was like brighter than all the other stars of the constellation. And I was like, what is this mess? And then you learn that there are indeed in the infrared, some stars are extremely bright. Infrared, like 0.8 micron or so.
Actually, what happened with this photo, when I was taking this, they were burning the cornfields.
Yeah, okay.
And there was some smoke in the air, and that's why you see all these halos around us. But it made it look pretty. So, you know.
Well, some people use filters to get that effect. This is I
Yeah.
like this even more.
What happened with a Japanese guy named Akira Fuji? Is still alive?
I don't know. Boy, he was awfully good.
Yeah, he was doing this type of pictures with filters and all, very nice constellation picture at the, film epoch.
Yeah, he did some amazing things on film early on.
I was looking to see M51, but I can't see it.
Yeah, Fuji is still alive as far as I know.
Okay.
Yes, he is.
I
He was born in
actually,
1941. Still alive.
Okay.
I actually got M51 in that collection there that I shot. There it is.
I have.
Beautiful, beautiful image.
Wow, that is
That is
actually
amazing.
too high resolution for my monitor.
I shot that with the same DSLR, but I used a Takahashi FSQ 60. You know, like one of those little 60 millimeter scopes.
Is this with a Q60?
Yeah.
Wow. I'm impressed by the level of small details that you're getting in that with a 60. I mean, geez.
Yeah.
The end of it's pretty. Has like a little burning spot to the end.
I like the little tiny
left
NGC galaxy that's just below. What's the
right
little,
here?
Yeah, right there. I actually wasn't sure if that was an artifact or not. And then I remember there's a galaxy right there.
They when I was talking to William Yang the other day, well, this was about a year ago, but anyway, they actually call this the snail.
It looks like one.
Yeah. But it only looks like that when you pick up all this dust that's around it, because most of the
There's a publication made last year on M51, and to the left on this image, normally would be the top or the bottom, there is a very, very, very faint H alpha zone, and people, didn't know exactly if it was related to the galaxy or not. I would have to look at in the ADS, extremely, extremely deep image. And then you had this H alpha zone that people didn't know exactly what it was there for. I mean,
there's another little galaxy right there, if you can see it.
There are several of them, yeah.
Very tiny disk.
Marcelo Souza is just logged on from Brazil.
Anybody here get a chance to see the Moon-Mars conjunction a couple weeks ago?
Mm-hmm.
So the occultation.
It wasn't an occultation for me. They got pretty close, though.
Well, no. A few weeks ago, there was an occultation, but really deep south of Chile and Argentina.
Mm-hmm.
But when was it exactly? Last month, there was one that I shot. Don't remember when.
Tom, we're about to start here, so I'll have you stop sharing.
All righty.
All right. Really cool images, though.
Do I stop it over here, or you can stop it over there?
Stop it. Let's see.
I'm not familiar with this.
You have a little green thing that says stop sharing.
Yeah, do that at the bottom of your page.
Okay.
Oh, here we go. I got you off. Here we go. Gary Palmer's on. Marcello's on. Kelly, is this your 5th or 6th install?
One moment, please. This is the 5th.
5th. Oh, good. Good. We have more. Love it.
This is the one that I lay awake at night worrying about.
Oh, really? Oh, no.
The title is "Why Are So Many Telescopes Better Than Explore Scientific?" Oh, wait.
Careful.
Hello, Marcelo.
I just realized everybody can probably see the giant vintage Celestron banners I have in the background.
No, that's cool. This is not a branded show.
Yeah, I know. I actually don't even own any Celestron products anymore.
But you have Celestron banners.
I do. I got them from this guy Fred Pauley. He was closing. He's this guy from New Milford, Connecticut. He used to have a big store in Danbury.
I know who Fred is. Yeah.
Yeah. I went and visited him back in January, and I bought these posters from him.
Yeah.
So they were in his store probably 30 or 40 years ago. I have another still rolled up in the packaging that.
Oh yeah.
I haven't found anywhere to put. It's not as cool looking those two.
Yeah, that's cool.
Tonight we're sponsored by.
So Libby, do you want me to run your video just before your talk or during your talk or after your talk?
You can do it before my talk.
Okay. All right, we'll do that. Okay, just a couple of minutes left here.
You're live right now.
I know.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah, are you got people? Okay.
There's nobody in the room right now. It's just that one guy that Tyler put in.
Chuck Staw was trying to get in. He says, I'm in a room. It says it's dated the 18th. So.
That's what they all are.
Okay.
But he's not in that room.
Okay.
I'll message him because I've got Stocks'
Yeah, I just gave him the credentials. So.
It's the room dated the 18th because it's the same room over and over again.
Okay. You can reset the date, though.
Yeah, but we haven't been. I mean, it's just been that date.
That's cool.
Okay.
Okay. It's like Groundhog Day again and again. Here we go. Okay.
Hey guys.
How you doing?
Yeah, good. Oh, late here in the morning.
Well, hello, everybody. This is Scott Roberts, and you are at the Global Star Party 12. And so we've got some of our group here already today, and we're real excited. We got a great program. We have arts, we have poetry, we've got iconic speakers here. There'll be astrophotographers coming on later, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So. You know, we always start off this program with David Levy. If you are tuning in for the very first time and you've never heard David Levy speak, he is someone that really knows how to pull at the heartstrings and touch the spirit of what it means to be an astronomer and what it means to connect with the universe. David has been a lifelong friend to so many people, including myself. And we all, you know, when you get to experience David, you know that there's something magic happening. And so it's really an amazing honor to have David come to our star parties that we're now running once a week. I know that he loves sharing all of this with you, but we love having him. And so I'm going to give the stage to David, but let's see, let's get me off the stage. How about that? David, how are you today?
Oh, I'm doing pretty well. We're all set, and I wanted to apologize for Star Party 10 last week being a little bit less than what we had hoped for. I think the web was playing tricks on us last week, or maybe somebody was trying to keep us from voting or whatever. We're not sure, but whatever was wrong, we were able to fix it.
Yes.
And we're here now. And so the poem I was planning to read from last week is the one I will read tonight. And it is from, I guess I begin with Simon and Garfunkel, a little prayer to the darkness again. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. An interesting way to start a song, one of their most very famous song, The Sounds of Silence. But it is the darkness that we call you to tonight, to be able to go outside and just look up at the stars in peace. And see, because the exciting thing about the night stars, sky and the night stars is that they look at the big picture. They don't pay attention to the news of the day. They don't pay attention to a lot of things. They look at the big picture, a picture that takes place not over days, years, but over millennia and over the life of the entire solar system, the galaxy, and the universe. My poem tonight is from The Lovely Shall Be Choosers, one of the books that Robert Frost published in, I guess it was in the early part of the, or the early to middle part of the 20th century. And the poem I'm going to use is Acquainted with the Night, because I have been one acquainted with the night. I have walked out in rain and back in rain. I have outwalked the furthest city light. I have looked down the saddest city lane. I have passed by the watchman on his beat and dropped my eyes, unwilling to explain. Interesting story that brings to mind. Excuse me. I was observing from my parents' home in Montreal a long time ago. 1964, I had an 8-inch telescope I still have and I still use. I was looking up at the night sky when I noticed in the front a police car had pulled up, stopped, the doors opened, two burly policemen got out, closed the door, and they started marching military style down to where I was. And I thought, oh my goodness, this is not going to be pleasant. And so I just stood by the telescope. I was pointing it at Jupiter, which at the time was rising over our neighbor's house, which itself wasn't an entirely good thing if a policeman's coming by. Anyway, they marched military style down the pathway and then stopped just as they got right to me. And they said, "Excuse me, sir, would you mind if a couple of nosy policemen looked through your telescope?" What an incredible relief that was. And I was able to show them my favorite planet, Jupiter. Why is Jupiter my favorite planet? Simply because it is the first thing I ever looked at through a telescope. In September the 1st, 1960. Sky was clear. I had just gotten a 3.5-inch telescope as a bar mitzvah present. I pointed it at Jupiter that night and showed it to my parents. And Galileo himself could have felt no greater thrill than I did that night when I saw the bands, the colored belts on Jupiter, and the 4 moons, Io, Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto. Jupiter has come into my life again and again and again. Most recently, when I watched the movie 2010, which actually has a wonderful scene when they show a marvelous scene when they show a very dark marking on the planet Jupiter. At the time, I was in touch by email with Arthur C. Clarke. We got to be very close email friends during the last years of his life. And as you know, I saw the movie and I saw the lovely black dot on Jupiter, and I thought, looks exactly like the spots the comet Shoemaker Levy 9 left on Jupiter. And I told him, I wrote to him and I told him that's what it reminded me of. And he immediately wrote back and he said, I never noticed that. In fact, I'm going to watch the movie again for the billionth time just to see that scene. And Jupiter, as I say, has played an enormous role in this astronomer's life. And I've enjoyed it, and I enjoyed looking at it that summer and this summer just passed. It's beautifully, it's in the sky right now, and it's going to be in the sky for another couple of months. As it gets closer to the horizon, Saturn's going to get closer to it, or it will get closer to Saturn, and it'll be really quite close to Saturn at the end of the year, I think. And we'll have more about that, I think, when that happens. And I drop my eyes, I'm willing to explain. I have stood still and stopped the sound of feet when far away an interrupted cry came over houses from another street, but not to call me back or say goodbye. And further still, at an unearthly height, one luminary clock against the sky. And that luminary clock has got to be the moon. There's another story that it reminds me of. There was a penumbral eclipse of the moon. You really don't see the starkness of the Earth's shadow on the moon when there's a penumbral eclipse. You just see a dull shading. And that's what I was looking for that night, but it was cloudy where I was. But I did notice a clearing in the sky toward the west. Loaded the telescope into the car. It turned out to be the same telescope that I was using back in 1960. I drove all the way to where the sky was clearing, pulled over, set it up, and I started looking at the moon. Right away, a police car pulled up, and I walked over to him, and I said, "You probably think I'm nuts." And he said, "Well, that's one of the possibilities." And I asked him if he'd like to take a look at the moon. I was looking at the moon through the telescope. He said, "I'd love to." And he gets out of his car, looks through the telescope, and I said, "Now let me ask you something. It's a full moon tonight, isn't it?" He said, "Yeah, it is." And I said, "Is the moon entirely equally bright tonight?" And he said, "No, it's not. The left side seems darker than the right side." And I said, "That's because there is an eclipse going on. It's called a penumbral lunar eclipse." So I was able to introduce this police officer to eclipses of the moon. And so that turned out to be a very nice event. Then he got into his car, I got into mine, went back home, and that was the end of a wonderful story. And further still, at an unearthly height, one luminary clock against the sky proclaimed the time was neither wrong nor right. I have been one acquainted with the night. Thank you, and back to you, Scotty.
Wow, thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, all right. So up next is Kelly Beatty. Now, Kelly is someone that, you know, I always say he's the voice of Sky and Telescope magazine. He's a senior editor at Sky and Telescope. He is, but you know, Kelly is much more than any of the titles that he might have, or any. You can't really just associate the guy with just like one of the events that he's done or something like that, because he's done so much and he's done so many, and he's been this incredible champion, not only for protecting our dark skies, but he's been somebody that is, you know, if astronomy and astronomers was like some sort of garden, this is a guy that has cared and tended for this garden for many, many years. And that influence will last probably forever. So, you know, he is someone that if you met him on the street, you didn't know what he did or anything like that. You just met the guy. He's one of the nicest guys that you would ever hope to meet, and somebody you'd like to be, friends with. And he has many. And Kelly, I'm glad to call you my friend. And now we're at he's been doing this multi-part segment on the state of amateur astronomy, and he's now at part 5. And so you've got the stage, Kelly.
That's great. And Scott, thank you again for those many kind words. Forever is a long time, so we'll see. For those who've just started joining these, we've been tracing the path of the development of amateur astronomy week by week, a little at a time, from its beginnings in the 1920s and 30s, how it got accelerated during the space race, how it took a hit thanks to all the light pollution that we have to deal with, and then how things have improved in part because of the availability of great telescopes of all kinds and sizes that just weren't available 20 or 30 years ago, that are now commonly available and pretty affordable. So tonight, we're going to talk about the revolution that has gone on in imaging, something that I know very little about, to be honest with you. When I was a youngster in Central California, I was in high school and I tried doing some astrophotography through the telescope I had. I had a friend who owned their camera shop, and he lent me a camera because I didn't have one of my own. This was a single lens reflex camera.
Wow.
And it was a big deal. So after that, I went to Caltech with dreams of becoming a professional astronomer. And as I was walking through the astronomy building early in that tenure, I was amazed to see on the walls pictures of what we would consider familiar objects, the Orion Nebula, the Lagoon Nebula, in color. Actual photographs of the night sky in color. I'd never seen them before. It blew my mind. They'd been taken with the 200-inch telescope on Mount Palomar. And so I'm still very lousy at photography, but actually, Libby, if you're watching, I'm curious to know, do you know what this is? Well, we'll find out. This is a roll of film, but this is not just any film, boys and girls.
Mm-hmm.
This is ISO 1000 film. And back in the day, it was a race to get film that was ever and ever faster. And of course, back then, ISO 1000 film, or even 400 for that matter, came with a heavy penalty. It was very, very grainy. And so there came a point in all of our lives, and we abandoned film and we went to digital technology. The first digital cameras started arriving about 20 years ago, and they have steadily improved ever since. And it's so remarkable that those cameras, just for our everyday use, have been a big boon. Because up until that point, not only did we astronomers have to suffer with this stuff, but we bent over backwards to try to get it more sensitive, so that those little photons of light striking the film would record with ever better sensitivity. There was a time when the rage was hypersensitizing your film, involving taking a little canister of film like this, undeveloped, and putting it in a pressurized chamber with a mixture of hydrogen and nitrogen gas, and then heating the darn thing, baking it out to improve the sensitivity so that you could take, you wouldn't have to take such incredibly long exposures. Film had a really bad habit of, as you made an exposure of 2 hours length, didn't record twice as much stuff as one of 1 hour, because the film would slowly sort of wear out and become less sensitive to light. So along come these digital cameras, and they really started to revolutionize not only how we take everyday pictures, but also astrophotography. And the real innovation came with the development of something called a charge-coupled device, or a CCD, which allowed us to record images and combine images. And I remember well this notion of stacking. All right, so it's for those who've not done much photography, you take multiple pictures of the same object and then you electronically combine them, and it reduces the noise in this combined picture, and you end up with a much sharper picture than just one frame will do. And that innovation really made a big difference. Another thing that's come along is that back in the day, you couldn't take color digital images. You had to painstakingly take 3 images through a red filter, a green filter, and a blue filter, and then combine those in your computer to create a color image. Now it's a very different situation because there are many cameras they call them one-shot color cameras. They dispense with all of the filters and the filter wheels, and make no mistake, lots of people still use filter wheels. But as we were seeing earlier this evening before we came on the air, and you'll probably see later on, it's possible with just a regular camera to take astounding color images of deep sky objects that put those ones from the 200-inch telescope to shame. Now we're in the midst of another revolution digitally, and that is those CCD cameras are actually technologically falling by the wayside. They're being replaced by CMOS cameras, which is complementary metal oxide
semiconductor.
Thank you very much. And you know, they're kind of the same at first principles, because each of them is a matrix, kind of a checkerboard of little detectors to record light. But it's the way that the CMOS detector processes that information after it's taken the image. It's much faster. It has, especially for video, it's much faster. From the standpoint of the complexity of the camera around it, it's much simpler. So there will come a day, and right now I think only Sony continues to manufacture CCD cameras. There will come a day in the not distant future when CMOS will be the only game in town. And I want to show you just what I mean by how I want to close with this. And let's see if I can share my screen here. And I would like to show you an image of Saturn. This was taken by a fellow member of the Amateur Telescope Makers of Boston. It was the first time he'd ever taken an astrophoto with a camera.
Okay.
He used his cell phone, and it's the first time he ever used stacking software, in this case Registax.
Wow.
Which is good for planetary images. He used it was a 6-inch Schmidt-Cassegrain telescope. He had his smartphone up to the eyepiece with an adapter that held it steady. He took about 35 seconds of video, 50 images out of that video, combine them, and this is what he gets. And what's amazing, there are several things. I don't know if you can see my cursor. You can see the equatorial zone of Saturn, this light colored area that girds its midsection. You can see easily the Cassini division in Saturn's rings. You can see the shadow of the planet on the rings. And right down here at the bottom, you can just start to see the bottom, the south pole of Saturn peeking out from underneath the rings. All that in a photo taken by a cell phone. And I think that's as great a testimony to how far we've come with astrophotography. Obviously, you're going to see later tonight some amazing pictures taken by much better equipment than the cell phone. But for the very same reason that David was blown away when he first saw Jupiter through that 3.5-inch telescope. And David, was that a Gilbert reflector by any chance?
Oh yeah, Gilbert.
Remember those, Gilbert?
I do.
Kelly, it was a skyscope.
A skyscope.
I had the skyscope from 1960 until 2 years ago when I donated it to the Linda Hall Library of Science, and they have it now.
Okay. Well, you know, for a lot of us, and that includes me continuing, I am still not an astrophotographer. I'm almost strictly visual, but I am feeling the shame of not using my cell phone to take fantastic pictures of Saturn like this. So I think we can all take heart in that no matter what equipment we have, chances are, with any kind of decent telescope or even a telephoto lens, as you'll see, you can take amazing pictures of the cosmos. And this is especially gratifying to those of us who live in light pollution, under light pollution. We might not be able to see these objects anymore through our eyepieces or as well as we used to be able to, but thanks to digital photography, they are brought to life almost literally before our eyes. So Scott, that's it for this week. And next week, we're going to talk about the trends in amateur astronomers, the people that fuel this hobby of ours.
Great. Okay. All right. So I think that's, I did it for you. All right. So up next is someone that's near and dear to our heart. She has woven her way into all the astronomers that are regulars here on the Global Star Party. Her name's Libby, and we call her Libby in the Stars. Libby's program today will be, she's going to talk about a planet that's near and dear to all of us, planet Earth. And so I think you want me to run a video right now. Is that right, Libby?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll do that. Let's see. And we will, let's see, remove the spotlight off of Kelly. And I'll try to roll this. Here we go. Okay, well that is, so let's get the spotlight on you, Libby. Okay.
So recently, I have been studying for Earth, apparently a week ago, but that got canceled because of technical difficulties. And in that time, since of all the smoke from the California wildfires, I was able to go out with my telescope and do some astrophotography. Now, it's hard to take pictures of Earth, but I got a picture of the moon, and I have it printed out on the paper here. And that's one of our orbiters. Here it is. Scott edited it, and I took it from my telescope, one of the first pictures. So I definitely wanted to focus on the moon a lot, too, because we know our planet a lot, too. So, I mean, it's hard to get a picture of Earth from a telescope unless you're in space. I mean, then you'd just be taking a picture of the ground, and that wouldn't be that interesting. But right now, there's a lot going on in Earth. The environment is terrible. In America, probably not over the oceans, but in America is extremely foggy, and I can't see past my street because it's so foggy and smoky because of all the wildfires. And ever since the wildfires have started, every time I go out to go check the mail, it's been like my throat just feels different. It's not right because all of the environmental changes of the fire is terrible. And I'm on the weather app right now, and I'll usually get notifications and I'll watch videos of the fire every once in a while, checking out how it's going. And that it doesn't look too good. And I know some of the people on the call here, I think a couple of weeks ago, one girl said it looked like Mars outside her window. So that's one really concerning thing. And I'm starting to get really concerned because I'm afraid it might travel extremely far. And I'm concerned for the people also in the fire. But another thing to be concerned about is this year we just got through hurricane season. And it felt like every morning when I waked up to go to start my virtual school, I looked at the TV and they're like, guess what? There's a new hurricane. And if space wasn't my passion, I had to say storms have been, because I feel like every time it storms, I always get extremely excited because I'm scared if it's like a tornado and it's coming to suck me up, but it's always fun. And I like to be out in the storms, not if they're violent, but I like to play out in the rain and chase the storms down. And I have to say, if astronomy was not my passion, storms would have to be, because we're kind of close to Tornado Alley, and I don't know what draws me to the storms, but I like playing out in them. So, I mean, it's definitely bad, but for me, it's a little bit good. I mean, I don't want to get thrown around and I don't want people to get hurt, but I love the storms. So, I mean, that's another concerning thing. And another thing is, in the past 2 years, a lot of people have been extremely concerned about light pollution and trash. And I think that's also bad. I've been trying to be more careful about that. And I like to make sure when it's night, I turn off my lights and I turn off my, I like to turn off stuff. And I'm also kind of sad. I love NASA. I have a NASA picture behind me. Then I'm also kind of sad because they're planning to launch like satellites to just flood our night sky. And I'm afraid when I get my telescope out in 50 years, I'll be like, is that a star or is that a satellite? Is that a plane? Is that a...
Yes,
Not a satellite.
that's a concern that all astronomers have right now. So
Yeah. But right now, my favorite satellite is the International Space Station. And I'll get on NASA's YouTube site, and there's this astronaut named Sunny Williams. She's my favorite astronaut. And she'll make videos of she will make videos of what it's like living on the International Space Station. And I have to say that's something I do enjoy during my lunch breaks around school, during our school lunch breaks, because I'm doing virtual school, so you can do anything during lunch break. And that's why I decided to do during that time. And every time the International Space Station comes out, one of my friends, her grandpa lives just across the street, and sometimes we'll see him out taking the garbage out at night, and we'll be like, hey, the International Space Station's passing over in 5 minutes. And I'll come over and we'll watch it, and I'll pass over, and this girl's walking by at night, walking her dog, and we're like, hey, there's the International Space Station. She sat there for about 5 minutes. She was calling her friends, just like, hey, look, it's the International Space Station. And my mom signed up for a thing to get notifications on her phone whenever it comes by. And also about the International Space Station is one thing. Back when we had the Cold War with Russia, I didn't really like that time. I was like, that's such a cold war. They're spying on us. And then now I think NASA's doing a good job of contributing the space company administration all over the world and letting people contribute to it. And get their country a little bit step forward to space travel. Back at space camp, we had hall, like a little hall, and it was by our mission training, and they had about 500 or so flags just hanging up there, and they asked, why are there so many flags? And they said those are all the countries or states that contributed to the International Space Station. And every time we went up into that hall, I would look at each and every one, and it was amazing. So I love that NASA's contributing all the countries. And also, back when I was at space camp, NASA launches a lot of astronauts into space. We know about that. But an astronaut named Gibson, and we got to talk to him through a Zoom call and shown on a big planetarium screen that was just flat. We talked to him. One of my friends at Space Camp, Stella, got to ask questions, and it was amazing. He was on 5 space shuttle missions, and he talked about them, and that was really inspiring for me. I'm sure you guys have seen the picture of the astronaut above Earth. With you can see Earth below and the astronauts just floating above on the manned maneuvering unit. Have you guys seen that photo before?
Mm-hmm. Which photo is that again, Libby?
It has an astronaut above Earth on the manned maneuvering unit, and you can see Earth below.
Iconic. Yeah, that's a great picture. Yeah.
So Hoot Gibson took that photo of astronaut Bruce and edited it, and I thought that was amazing because I love that photo. It's probably been my iPad background for probably about a year now. It's amazing, and I thought that was one of the most inspiring pictures I've ever seen because, like, that guy is not tethered, and I was like, that guy is not tethered. He's not safe, but turns out it was the manned maneuvering unit, also known as the MMU. So I thought that was amazing because we saw an astronaut on the Zoom call, and usually he would fly in or come to us and talk, but ever since coronavirus came, I was kind of bummed out because of that. But that was an astronaut we got to meet. He was in the space shuttle program, and it was a lot of fun. So we took a lot of pictures of the moon, and I showed you that picture, but recently I started making some pictures of art. I do art lessons after school, and we just get a canvas, start sketching, and I was inspired to do some art pictures because the girl who was on 2 weeks ago, sent me a postcard of an astronaut, and I was inspired by that. So over half Americans believe in UFOs. So this one's a little bit sci-fi, but I drew.
It's beautiful.
It's a little bit sci-fi and out there, but
yeah,
I really enjoy it. It's a little bit of a party. But I painted that, and I thought that was fun. My dad, he sits on the couch sometimes at night, and we'll eat ice cream, and sometimes we like to laugh at the guys who joke about they pretend that there's like a ghost, and we're like, I bet they have a string tied to that chair. And sometimes we'll watch UFO ones, and we'll laugh at them, and they'll be like, sometimes it's Disney lights, and then you see these old guys, and they're like, I told you, I saw a UFO. Now, I would believe in aliens, but not the way that people think of it. I talked about Venus and how it might have life, and that's a recent study, and I do believe that is true. But as someone said, there was a alien coming down to Earth in a spaceship like this with holographic glitter, then I probably would not believe that. Number one, where'd they even get the materials to build their spaceship? But half Americans believe in UFOs. I mean, I do, but not the ones that have rainbow glitter and lights.
So you believe that there's life in the universe?
Yes, maybe itty bitty tiny particles, or like moss that grows particles that live in maybe some water sources on other planets. But definitely not ones with rainbow lights coming out the bottom and holographic stars.
Right.
That picture inspired me when a couple weeks ago when the girl showed the photo when I was talking about the International Space Station having like a hotel on it and me wanting to go to Mars. She showed me a picture of 2 Martians on Mars, and I was like, you know what? I could be a little bit wacky with my drawing. I made one serious one of Saturn that I'll show soon, but I decided to go a little bit wacky for that one.
Right.
My art teacher was like, in all the years that I've been teaching, I've never had anyone draw a picture of a rainbow flying saucer. And I'm like, it's definitely out there. But I do believe in aliens. I mean, this is the only planet that I for sure 100% know that we have life on, because, I mean, back in 1980 when NASA, 1960, 1980 when NASA was like thriving, they were like, I had NASA TV on whenever I'm doing my homework, and a little show will come on, and it plays over and over again because I don't think they have a lot to play with coronavirus going on, but it goes over and over again. And it was this old film of this NASA worker explaining why there would be life on Mars. And once I got the news about Venus, I'm like, you're crazy. There's life on Venus, not Mars. And I was like, you guys are in the complete wrong direction. Life is not Mars, it's in the complete opposite direction. It's in front of us, not behind us. But I for sure know this is the only planet in the Goldilocks zone. It's not too hot and it's not too cold, but I'm sure people on Venus, not people, but so-called aliens on Venus are a little bit too hot. Because Venus has a greenhouse effect, so it's burning there. But this is the only planet that we have life on, and the only planet that we know of launching space objects and space travel devices.
Yes. Yeah, and we are Earth people are a spacefaring species now. You know.
Yes.
How does it make you feel to know that there are astronauts orbiting us in space 24/7? What do you think about that? Does that feel normal to you? Do you think that's amazing? How do you feel?
To be honest, it's kind of normal, but at the same time, I'm amazed. I'm like, they are not on this planet. I've been on this planet my whole life. I'm an Earth person. I'm the Earth species. I'm a human species, and they're out there living like crazy. I'm like, they don't have coronavirus. They have food. I mean, they can't have soda nor pizza, which is kind of sad, but they do have an awesome life up there. And it kind of amazes me, but it's also kind of normal because I like to watch the launches a lot and videos, and I'm like, their hair in the videos, they're just sticking up, and I'm like, that's crazy.
Right.
And I'll be like, I'll be up there one day.
So Libby, your talk was about planet Earth. What is so amazing to you? What is so special to you when you think of Earth as a planet?
Well, my family, we love gardening. My brother likes it, and I recently started growing my own catnip for my cat. And I just realized how amazing it is that I can grow own food for my cat to play with.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, there's soil, and we put a seed in there, that'll grow. Then we take the seeds from that, replant it. Like we can grow like a whole plant of earth. But I'm sad because every time that I use paper, I feel bad because I'm like, they chopped down a tree for this. But I definitely love to garden and grow stuff, and it's amazing how I can just grow stuff with soil from earth and put a seed in there, and it'll grow with water and sun.
Yes. Yeah. Can't do that on the moon. Can't do that.
No.
Do that on Venus, right? It's only here right now.
I mean, there may be one other planet in like the whole universe, or a couple of them that have soil like Earth, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they figured out seeds yet, or even if there's aliens or something. I think there's 7 of them.
Well, Libby, there's a lot of people are having very nice comments about your talk, and they're inspired by you. And Eduardo Simone says she's a very intelligent woman, especially at 10. Blows away some people I know.
Thank you.
Kana Lucas says, if I ever have children, I would like them to have the same enthusiasm as Libby. It's so cool. This is from Stephen Hauser. He says, it's so cool that Libby feels the same exhilaration from showing someone the ISS as I do. As I do, a decidedly old man.
Thank you to all the people who commented.
Your grandmother says, thanks to Libby, I actually saw the International Space Station. Amazing. Actually got a picture of it too. So, and there's many more nice comments, Libby. So, thank you.
My computer is shut off right now.
Uh-huh.
I think it was dead because I forgot to plug it in. But thank you to all the nice people who sent me nice comments. And thank you, Mr. Scotty.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Libby. All right, that's great. Okay, so...
Hey, Scott, do you mind if I show Libby something that my daughter painted?
Yeah, go ahead. You can show.
Libby, you're going to be very surprised. I got a 14-year-old daughter. Let me show you what she painted. You're going to be... Look at that.
Oh, yeah, another rainbow UFO.
It's amazing how kids have the same ideas. You know what I mean? I mean, just look at that. She sent that to me about 2 weeks ago.
That's funny.
On my phone. She took a photo of it. So anyway.
Okay. All right. So let's see. Let's see. Our next speaker here will be Mike Simmons, who's going to talk about the Sky Chronicles. It's a series that we have here. Are you able to unshare there?
Yeah. How do you do that?
Do it for you. Here we go. Here we go. Mike Simmons is someone that is... Good Lord, how do I even start? Mike Simmons is someone that has devoted their life really to educational outreach. He has championed a vision of one sky for many decades. Made many sacrifices to travel the globe, to bring people together, to do things on literally a shoestring. When I hear his stories, I'm always amazed at what he did. He did so much with so little for so long. I think there's a joke that goes along with this, but Mike is someone that that many people look to for inspiration, especially when they think about educational outreach in astronomy and the unifying effect of looking up and gazing at the stars. And so I'll let you have the stage there, Mike. Thank you for joining us.
Well, thank you for the introduction that I can't possibly live up to, Scott. You do this to me. And I will tell you, there are a lot of jokes to go with that. And given half a chance, I would throw them all out there. I think my wife knows them. Fight her on one time, she'll describe me. Not be pretty. But anyway, yeah, I started doing public outreach locally, LA area. In the 70s, and I always ended up sort of being in charge of things, and running the LA Astronomical Society, and then building the observatory, even though I knew nothing about building and so on. But in the last 15 years or so, it's expanded, and now it's just like everything. I mean, I just don't. I don't see the reason to do a star party that's in one city or one continent. Let's do it everywhere. And so those who were here last time saw about the 100 Hours of Astronomy Global Star Party, and I'm glad that this is a different era, and Scott's doing different things with it and turning this into something that's really cool. So I said, well, I can share what's going on around there. One of the things I'm involved with too is a book called The Overview Effect, and many of you here may know it. Authored by Frank White, who interviewed astronauts on the impact, the cognitive shift they had being out in space and looking at Earth and not seeing it as the ground, but seeing it as a planet with stars around it. I mean, one described he was outside, in space, and he's working on some things, and when he looked down, he would see stars between his legs. It's three-dimensional, it's real, it looks like a globe. And that overview effect really brings home everything. And I have said to Frank and many others that are involved in that I think astronomy is the overview effect for the rest of us. And so I'm going to bring some people doing astronomy and things, and as you could see last time, they all begin to look the same after a while. Different clothes, different color, skin, and so on. So what I want to do, and I need to make sure that I keep myself to 10 minutes or so, or Scott will just yank me by the cane and pull me off the stage.
I don't think we have that hoop that's quite that long, but
there's probably a plug-in for that. And but given half a chance, I'll go on for hours, and frequently do. So what I want to do here is share my whole screen there. And one of the things that brings us to different places. This is how it started for me. My first total solar eclipse was in 1979. I traveled all the way to Washington State from Southern California. That was a pretty big trip for me then. But after that, it was Mexico, and then Bolivia, and then in 1999, it was Iran, and that's what really started things off. This one is 2008 over the Great Wall of China, at the western end of it before it goes out across the Gobi Desert. And so this is my one and only APOD, astronomy picture of the day. We were having a little side chat there about how I'm not even going to try and compete with these guys that are on here. I'll leave this stuff to them. But, when we go to other places for eclipses, just like everybody, you want to share what you're doing. You're passionate about it. You're excited about it. And I wonder if anybody can figure out who the visitor is here. Give you a clue. Just look at the legs. So there's one guy that is not like the other, and he's showing the partial eclipse, and we're sharing eclipse glasses. We always take extras, and these two were in I think this was 2006. I was in Turkey, but these were in Africa. So this is one way that we get started traveling. Eclipse chasers know the world really well, because those of us who do that, I do it as much as I can, but not as much as many others I know. I know people have been to more than 30 total solar eclipses, which means you got to go to every one while you're an adult. Everybody gets into the act. Like here, I shared some glasses with this dog in. And here is somebody that some of you know, Babak Tafrishi, had a total solar eclipse in Antarctica, realizing he needed to bring more eclipse glasses because he's got more locals than he expected.
Right.
But so I decided to put in a little maps, because what I'm talking about today is astronomy in places that you don't expect. And when I say you, I'm talking about North America primarily. Scott, I hope you have viewers from all over the world, and they're going to say, well, of course we have astronomy here. Yep. But I started with connecting amateur astronomers in the US and Iran at a very difficult time when people to people was just fantastic, wonderful, and so much in common. And the governments are trying to mess it all up. So this is Iran in the Middle East. And I was there in 1999. I had a little, it's actually a spotting scope for birding. Put a filter on it, and others were viewing the eclipse as it progressed. And I traveled around Iran for the first time then. This is one of the pictures that I took. It's at an educational observatory in northern Tehran. Well, so first, maybe you wouldn't expect Iran to be completely astronomy crazy like it is. But what's also unexpected is that this picture is entirely representative of amateur astronomers there. It's not old white guys like me in the US. It is young women. And I realized after I took this picture, I saw it later, that there is one young boy in there. So this is typical there. It's a very young population. They have star parties. There's a public star party in Isfahan, the country's second biggest city, on top of a building. And they won a prize for Astronomy Day one year. So look, they're very creative, very enthusiastic people. And this was a crowd at a presentation on Astronomy Day. This is in Tehran. They have wizards doing activities, astronomy activities for the kids, including painting their faces. And this was typical. This is my wife. You can tell which one is my wife there, I'm sure. And with the scarf almost falling off. And she was being greeted with, this was a girls' school. They're not all separated, but many are. This is a small town, so it's more conservative. And they were so thrilled to meet her. They're thrilled to meet Americans. They love American things. This sign here, that's not Pepsi Cola, that's Parsi Cola. And the sign is outside Neshabur, which is almost into Afghanistan. Very unexpected. So this is kind of like all surprises here. So from Iran, we're just going to hop over to right next door to Iraq. Now, what do you expect in a war zone? Well, this is one thing that you expect. This is actually not recent. This was during the Iran-Iraq War in the 1980s. Saddam invaded Iran after the revolution they had there. They came back, and this is these holes in this telescope dome are caused both by U.S. forces later in the first Gulf War and Iranian forces earlier. This is on Mount Korak, about 30 miles from the Iranian border. And it looked like a communications facility. Domes become targets because they look like communications facilities. So I was there doing an article for Scientific American about the possible rebuilding of this, and possibly a story for New York Times as well. And you can see that the missiles ripped through. Now, fortunately, the telescope itself, which was a 3.5 meter, this is in the early 80s, 3.5 meter Zeiss, equatorial massive thing, would have been one of the world's biggest telescopes, was in storage at the University of Baghdad. Unfortunately, it's still in storage in the University of Baghdad. It's a behemoth now, so it's probably nothing will ever be done with it, you know, for its size. So that's what took me there. This is in the wrong. Okay, well, this is out of order. This is actually, what do I got here? This is actually in Iran. This is Pasargad. This is the tomb of King Cyrus the Great, 2,500 years ago. They were taking part in Global Astronomy Month. in one of the early ones. That was a follow-up to 100 Hours of Astronomy that I talked about last week, and we continue that in Astronomers Without Borders. And it was a big thing for them there. So this is back to Iraq. This is Kurdistan. This is where that observatory was. These are the telescopes that this outreach and education group had. One of the lenses was broken. So I put out the call, and I took with me 200 kilograms. That's over 400 pounds of gear.
Wow.
They had a very small budget. And I took this in addition to a whole lot of other stuff and cash that we raised for them. And here they are taking a look at it. Some of the things that they had here, I got 3D stuff from Rainbow Symphony that everybody knows for their eclipse glasses with a bunch of materials. Was some big binoculars donated, cameras, Coronado PST, which he is holding just like an AR AK-47, which I saw a lot on the streets there, but I looked at it later and said, wow, does he think he's going to shoot somebody with that? What is it? Okay, and then they took part in the 100 Hours of Astronomy. It was a couple of years later with this telescope, and I think I might have showed that picture last time. But doing outreach, and this is what's similar. This is places where, this is a war zone, and Kurdistan was not really that dangerous. It wasn't like Baghdad, but this is the reactions that you get from the people, that it shouldn't be. I think you put a photo inside the telescope. That's Saturn. And how many of us haven't heard that multiple times? And, I've been looking at the sky. I'm 50 years old. You guys gave me the chance to do it for the first time. It's memories. So this is exactly the same thing that happens to us when we do outreach in the US or anywhere else. Unforgettable view. And he talks here about it doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a doctor, lawyer, pharmacist, worker, regardless of age, young or old, you'll never forget viewing Saturn. It's engraved in your mind. That's what it's all about. So that is really exactly the same thing we do. Now, Scott, should I go to another country?
Sure.
Here we go. So we'll hop over from Iraq. They're all in this area right here, but very different. From Iraq, we'll hop over to Afghanistan, fly over Iran into Afghanistan. What do you expect to be happening there? Well, there is, even during the invasion where bombs were falling, there was one amateur who's written up in Sky and Telescope in Baghdad who got his telescope out on the roof. He just had to make sure nobody saw him because they would think that it was a rifle and they would shoot him. But, So this is a typical picture that we all do, right? Star trails. It happens to be over a historic place where there is soft rock. I think this is close to, I don't know if it is at or close to Bamiyan, where the Buddhist statues were blown up by the Taliban.
Right.
I know that when I was going to visit there, my friend there said, yeah, we'll take you to Bamiyan. We have to fly because the road's too dangerous. But once we get there, it's okay. And so, this is one of their attempts. And everybody sees this. I mean, it's the same thing everywhere in the Northern Hemisphere. Here is doing astronomy at a school. Yunus Bakshi right here is the man leading all of this. He's handing out eclipse glasses now. He's had a section of a book written about him, a Newsweek article about what he does. He is very, very careful not to upset the fundamentalists who take the religious teachings very literally. But eventually it became dangerous and he had to move out and he left it to others. And there are other younger people who are doing it now. I love the pictures of the girls doing it because they get to do everything that the guys do, at least in these circumstances. This is the Venus transit of 2012. And there were some glasses sent over there I don't remember if I sent them over or who sent them over. But what I like about this is that these are in the Afghan forces, and these are 2 American Army soldiers. And they were working together, and they were up here, and the glasses that came from the US ended up on the faces of these soldiers. In fact, I worked with somebody who wanted to get glasses over to the Middle East in different countries, specifically for the soldiers who were there. Now, they published a book. They got help from the UN. Eunice worked at the UN at the time. And this is Mercury, and we can tell what they're talking about. I can't read this stuff, but yeah, you know, this is about the gravity is less, about what it's made of, what its size is, what the surface looks like, where it is. We know this stuff. And this is a ceremony where they're handing out the books in, now this is Panjshir. I believe this is up in the mountains in the northeast. And so it's very traditional. And you see these people wearing these things. The only people you ever see on the news wearing this stuff is Taliban. Well, that's very few people. This is just the way they dress. This is the way they look. They are reading the book, going through it. So this is being handed over to a school, a big pile of them you can see here, and he's talking about it. So this is no different than taking them to a school district in some other town in the US or Germany or Brazil or anything else. But it sure evokes a different feeling when you see it because it's Afghanistan. But this is normal, and they did a great job with getting that book out there. And I love this. They're all looking over to this one guy's page here. And that's Afghanistan.
Okay.
So you want me to save the rest for next time?
Let's say you got more countries, I know, and we got more star parties coming. So
I've got more, and this is all about places that you wouldn't have expected it.
Right.
And there are more you wouldn't expect it. And then we'll get to some of the amazing young people that do amazing things in other countries, not just Libby here, but in other places too. So I want to try and show the story that, you know, what you guys are doing, I mean, you may be the best, but you're part of a big, big community. We're all in this together for sure.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, so up next, we're going to have Carol Orge from the Astronomical League join us. He's been waiting in the wings here. Carol is president of the Astronomical League. He is also a former president of the Astronomical League, someone I've known for a very, very long time. This guy has devoted himself to maintaining the world's largest, I think it is the world's largest federation of astronomical clubs, with now today almost 20,000 members and growing. There's a special emphasis now on taking the organization international, and with a membership at large with the Astronomical League, and you can find that at astroleague.org. You can join from anywhere on the planet and take part in what the Astronomical League has to offer. They are our official door price sponsor, and Carol, I'm going to have you read off the questions. We have 3 questions, and I will also announce after you read those questions who the winners were of the last Star Party. I don't have the prizes that they won, but I do have the winners. And they would have been contacted or will be contacted soon. So what do you got here, Carol?
Let me share my screen here.
Okay.
And thank you, Scott, for that wonderful introduction. And it's so interesting hearing everybody on here again. I'm learning so much myself.
Yeah.
Question number 1. What is the name for the boundary around the black hole, beyond which events cannot affect the observer?
Okay. You want to share your screen too?
I thought I was sharing it. Maybe not. Let's see.
Share, and then you find the little window that you want to share. And click on that. It's kind of a 2-step process.
A green button down.
Button on the bottom. Share screen. Now you'll want to answer this not in chat. You're going to want to answer this question by sending your answers to Kent at explorescientific.com. And the first one to do that is the winner. Are you getting it?
Yeah, is it showing now, Scott?
Not yet. No.
Okay. Well,
We'll work with you.
let's see. Full screen.
Share screen.
Yep.
And then you click on the window that you want to share. And then there's another button that says share screen. There you go. You're doing it now.
Oh, now we're good. All right.
Okay.
So that's the first one. Did everybody get that? What is the name of the boundary around the black hole beyond which events cannot affect the observer? That's number one.
Okay, number one.
Then number two, on what date did Apollo 11 astronauts, Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin, land their Apollo lunar module Eagle in the Sea of Tranquility? Brings back some good memories, right?
Sure.
And then number three, what discovery was made by William Pickering in August of 1898?
What discovery was made by William Pickering in 1898? Okay, that's a good question. All right, yes.
One thing I might mention before we go further, we're correcting the way the prizes are awarded just a little bit. I would just want to read a sentence or two here. There will be 3 questions at the Star Party, which we've had. You can win 1 door prize per night if you have the first correct answer on one of the questions and have answered another question correctly. We will go to the next person who answered the question correctly and award that person the door prize. In essence, we just want to make sure we distribute the door prizes as widely as we can.
Okay, well, that's only fair. So you can only win 1 door prize a night. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Well, that's straight from the president of the Astronomical League, so we have to heed that. Okay. So, it's a good one. It's a good rule. All right. Let's see. We're going to stop the sharing there, and I'm going to take us back down to gallery view, and I will read off. The. Let me see if I can get a view of myself again here. Here we go. How's that? Okay. The question from the last star party, question number 1 was, what well-known star has likely never been observed through a telescope when it was at the zenith? This is a hard question, so the answer, what do you guys think it is?
Polaris.
Chat, what well-known stars likely never been observed through a telescope when it was at the zenith?
Polaris.
Yeah, I think it's Polaris.
It's Polaris. That's right. That's the correct answer.
It's a tricky one, though.
Neil Cox was the winner of that, so congratulations, Neil. Number 2, what was the smallest body in the solar system that can be viewed with the unaided eye? Sorry, meteors don't count. What was the smallest body in the solar system that can be viewed with the unaided eye? Meteors don't count. Brett Blake said, I think on the first question was the sun.
Can we answer?
What's that?
Can we answer?
You can, of course.
Yeah, it would be Vesta.
That's right. Vesta at 300 miles, 480 kilometers in diameter. So
have to have good eyes.
Yep. Now Neil is coming in under the wire. Okay, on this one, he has actually won twice. So we now have new rules where you can't win twice during the same night. But he did. So we're going to let that one go. And number 3, what was the first Astronomical League Messier observing program certificate awarded? What was the first Astronomical League Messier observing program certificate awarded? What year was that? I'll bet no one here knows except maybe one guy.
And that guy is on the program, I think, tonight.
88.
This was 1967, and by Chuck Staw, who's actually visiting us tonight. So he's with us and will be on our program later. Congratulations to you. Shailendra Sharma is his real name. So he goes by the nickname of Chuck Staw. But it is 1967. That was the first year that the Astronomical League Messier Observing Program was certificate was awarded. So
now we're up to over 70. So there's something for everyone.
That's great. That's great. And so, these observing programs is another reason why you want to join up with the Astronomical League. You mentioned how many observing programs now?
We have over 70.
Over 70. My goodness. So, yeah, if you complete over 70 observing programs, they have a special award for that, I think.
That's called a master observer. And some of our people have done it. They spend a lot of time under the stars, that's for sure.
Yeah, you would know the sky like the back of your hand if you completed it. So,
and one thing we're sending out to each prize winner, you'll be getting a note from me, and also you'll be getting an application, a member at large application, if you would like to consider being a member of the Astronomical League.
Right. Excellent. Excellent. All right. So let's, we're going to move on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is from Brazil. He is a professor of physics and astronomy, and someone that has been really a long time champion of educational outreach in space exploration and astronomy. He's known all over South America and around the world. It's Dr. Marcelo Souza. He also runs a regular program interviewing cosmologists, astrophysicists, people involved in astronomy. And he's also become senior editor of Skies Up magazine, which will be published soon. So we're real excited about that. And so I'm going to give, Marcelo, I'm going to give you the stage. And you are muted. You are muted.
Sorry.
There.
Thank you very much, Scott. It's a great pleasure to be here. It's a great honor.
Thank you. You're honored. Thank you.
It's wonderful to meet you, to meet Mike Simmons. That's a friend. It's ever a great pleasure. Dr. David Levy and all the people that are here. Thank you. It's a great pleasure.
Yes.
And we organized last week, Friday and Saturday, innovative activity here in our city. Then I would like to share what we did here. That is astronomy driving that we organize here in our city that we call in Portuguese. I don't know if it's the same thing in English, but it is an activity in a parking, in a shopping center in our city. I will share now my screen.
Okay.
This is a scientific driving that we call here in Brazil. That is a cinema in for cars here. Then we decided, because of the virus, to organize a public activity to observe the moon, show images of Jupiter and Saturn. And we organized in the parking of the biggest shopping center of our city. But before we did this, we tried one time, we organized one experience before, that is this one. I'm trying to, on a moment. Okay, here. First, we organized a drive-in to observe the new eyes. Then, but it didn't work well because you see a lot of people, they left their cars and come near us to look at the telescope. But we project the image in this place that we shows a place that is located far from downtown, and is a good place to look near the horizons. Here is a TV report about the activities that you organize. This happened in July 24th this year. Then we have the TV channels there to see the, but we didn't see the comments. I will show what happened there. Here's the place that shows that is an old church. Here the cars for the drive-in. In the wall, we will project the maze. Here we have a lot of cars here in the position to look. And we tried, but it wasn't possible to see the comets. But it was the first time we organized a driving activity here. And we had more than 15 cars that participated in this event. Then we talked with the groups that are responsible for the shopping center, and they supported the activity that we were planning to organize. Everybody looking for the comet, but it wasn't possible to see.
Actually, the video's coming over very well, Marcelo.
That's great. It's a part of our astronomy club, member of our astronomy club.
Mm-hmm.
The sound is loud because a lot of people that we had more people that registered for the event than was possible due to security reasons. Then they allowed us only to have 15 cars because of the virus. In this event. Then this was the first event we organized as a drive-in, and we projected images in a big screen.
Yes.
And this was the first experience in July that we organized in July. Then it was a big success. Many people send messages to us asking about when we organize a new event. They tried to find the comments, but it wasn't possible.
Right. Well, at least you got them to look all up at the sky. So
yes,
doing that for many, many years.
And this report was shared in our country here.
Mm-hmm.
That was the only group that organized this kind of events here. Then they asked us when we organize a new event.
Mm-hmm.
Let me show the new event that we organized. Now, they're sad because they didn't see. This was the horizon there, was wonderful, far from our city, but it wasn't possible to see the comet. And in the shopping, that was a big shopping, the biggest shopping of our city, we generally organize events there. This one of the biggest events that we organized there, that was Now Universe, that we organized a place for the visually impaired people, helping us to show to everybody the difficulties they have in daily life. Then we have inside this place, they need to put, I don't know how to say in English, I forgot the word. They put something to protect the eyes, then people can't see. And inside, the guides were visually impaired people. They help and then they can touch in the materials to see how the constellations, and this was the first time. It was a big success in the shopping, and the other year we had to organize again an event like this. You see people touching the 3D images of the constellations. Then we ever have the support of this shopping center to organize events. And then we thought, now we can try to organize the new driving events in the shopping center. And also we did this one, that we have this giant Mars map from Buzz Aldrin that he sent to us, and we organized these events in this shopping center. And this is our scientific drive-in. The shopping organized a place in the parking of the shopping, and we had the participation of 45 cars with more than 107 people inside the cars.
I love this. This is great.
That was a big event.
Yes.
I never imagined. Here you see your telescope that you donated to us.
Oh, thank you.
You used to share the image. We used a camera, digital camera, in one of the telescopes. In the other telescope, we share image using the smartphone, directed to the computer, without internet connection. And here you see the cars in the parking, the telescopes.
Yes.
And here the big screen that we have there.
Yes.
Another telescope. Here we were preparing for the event. We make a presentation of 1 hour. And during the presentation, we showed the images, videos, live images of the moon, Jupiter, and Saturn, histories, and told histories about the legends about the moon. Here, the cars in the parking. We have security. They ask us some security cares that you had during the event, that the cars needed to be separated. And here are all the cars in the right position. Here is a live image of the moon that we showed during the event. As we know, I think that was the first time in this period that we had a kind of scientific event like this. This was some of the images. And what's most important, at the end of the event, here, this is the end of the event. We had this. We not had claps.
That's great. Look at that. Parking lot's full.
Yes, 45 cars.
Great. What a great way to spend the evening. And it's awesome that you're sharing science and you're giving people an opportunity to still gather, but safely during this time of social distancing. Congratulations.
Thanks. It was a success because they asked us to do other events. Then this Thursday, we will have another event in the parking, another scientific drive-in, because we will have the full moon. Everybody asked us to organize it again. Then we have again. And something that I didn't believe is that 5 days before we begin the events, all the events were full. Nobody can participate because they were full. They made registrations, and we didn't have any place to have more cars in the events. Then we will go to organize one event this Thursday and another event in October 12th. That is the Kids Day here in Brazil. Then they asked us again to organize a new event there. That was the first time here in Brazil, an event like this. I don't know in all the world, but I didn't see any other scientific
No, I think you have the very first scientific drive-in, Marcelo. It's awesome. It's wonderful. Very, very creative, very innovative, and if there was a special mention or an Oscar to be given for somebody that does educational outreach, you certainly deserve one. So that's awesome.
Oh, wow.
Congratulations.
Okay. And then only to remember, because this week we are receiving the contributions for the Sky Up magazine.
Yes, that's
Then
right.
if someone would like to send an article and any contribution will be very welcome.
Yep. Articles, astrophotography, all are welcome like that. So, yep.
Thank you very much, Scott. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Souza. Thank you. That's great. Okay, so at this point, we are going to take a 10-minute break, okay? And we'll come back with a poem by Miss Nadine Froesh, who was someone that had a great hardship in her life. And I remember months ago, she called me up and talked about this, and we talked about it for, I don't know, maybe half an hour about, I won't go into the personal details of this, but what I will tell you is that what gave her a fresh perspective on life and something that really uplifted her spirits was looking into a telescope and seeing Saturn for the first time. And she wrote a poem about it. Later, she sends me this text, this beautiful poem. And I thought I looked at this poem again just about a week ago, and I said, I need to get her to record her voice, and that so we can share it on the Global Star Party. So we're going to do that next. And then Mike Simmons is going to return with some artistic things of maybe poetry, maybe artwork, maybe photography, but in his series called Visions of Space. And then after Mike, we will take another short break, and then we're going to come back with the astronomers, who will be doing live imaging, live image processing, and sharing what they have with their telescopes. So stay tuned, and we'll be back in 10. If I can only figure out where the 2-minute break is. Here we go. How about you? Good. Okay. How are you guys doing out there?
Not too bad, Scott, and you?
Good. You guys getting some clear skies?
Yeah, clear skies. I got some images from a cell phone that I want to share with you tomorrow that my kids took with the moon.
Okay, awesome. Isn't that amazing how much you can do with a cell phone camera?
Yeah, it's just our first light series.
Right? Yeah. Right? Well, you've been doing a good job with those videos, Tyler. So
I gotta keep pushing them out. Everybody wants more.
Hey, Tyler, I thought there was a rule about commercial advertising on these shows.
I don't know what you're talking about, Steven.
Rule is no politics, no religion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no politics.
Astronomy is a religion, isn't it?
Yes. But yeah, if you have to take sides, no.
Scott, what else do you have to do to get yours up and running remotely?
You know, I have to figure out the power management on it and the cable management too. So I want to have, I got this powered USB hub, which was recommended to me by somebody actually on this forum. And so I think Jenny Shelley recommended it to me, so I bought that one. And so, a lot of great advice, and I think I need a field flattener.
I know of a good company that can sell you a good one.
Really? Yeah, I'll have to check into that.
What kind of setup?
It's a ED102, CD100 mounted on Lasmandy G11 with our PMC8 go-to system. So it's all being set up for remote access so that I can let people who are watching these star parties access it remotely.
And you put it where? Close to your house?
What's that?
Where did you put it? Where will you put it?
Right here at Explore Scientific. I'm in the office right now. I'm here a lot. So, yep.
Gonna put a dome on the roof?
We have a place where we can put a dome. In fact, I have a 20-foot observadome in the back that used to belong to a company I worked for. And we hope to rebuild that, but we're also now becoming the distributor for a fiberglass dome company called Pulsar Domes. So,
cool.
Yeah. And then we've got the portable observer tent, but
I'm extremely interested in the portable observer tent because I go camping for long periods of time.
Yeah.
Well, let me know when that's available.
Oh, yeah. I'll do a pre-announcement on one of these daily shows. So,
What?
Hey, let me find.
Oh, hold on. Did I hear something about a portable observing tent?
Yes.
Scott.
You heard it here first.
Scott, I'll call you tomorrow.
Okay.
But I'll have to leave, okay?
Now this next part here is a poem by Nadine Froesh, and she texted me this poem a long time ago, and I encouraged her to record her voice, and this is the poem here. It's about her experience and the feelings that she had when she saw Saturn through the eyepiece of a telescope for the first time after suffering a major blow in her life. And here we go.
What is my Saturn there in the light? cloaked in darkness, oh so bright. In the heavens your rings surround, round and round truth abounds. Dance, dance, beckons your light. My life, my eyes stretch to see, your radiance profounds the small bits of me. Connect me to your greater light. I look, I see, soul dances with delight. Saturn, Saturn, you're there if one wants to see. Profound, profound, small, larger than me. I've seen you there quietly, a mirror for me, waiting, waiting that I might see. I made the choice, see to see. I felt, feeling to see. So small you are, your largeness there, my bigness sunk, your grandness there. Saturn, Saturn, your quietness so bright. I looked, I saw, your mirror, my light.
Well, hope you
beautiful.
Hope you enjoyed that. That was by Nadine Froesh and called My Saturn. So, but up next, we bring back Mike Simmons again, and this is about visions of space.
Well, yeah, and Scott mentioned this to me earlier, that there is going to be this poem, and we always have David, and I wish David was here. But the thing is that there's a lot of stuff here about gear and about processes. And, you know, I mentioned last time, I'll mention it again. This is a quick plug. Astro Gear Today is a site that was started by me and a partner. It's all about the gear. It's all about the industry, the news, reviews, and things like that. But it's not why we do it. I bet you every one of you guys out there takes these incredible pictures. It's all about the feelings you get when you put them together. You put so much into it, and the return is so great. For me, it's been public outreach and education and sharing it with others, and you do that too. So, you know, there's a step farther. There are other ways that people enjoy astronomy and share it with others too. And, you know, I think probably everybody here has seen this. We had this, I don't know if it was the original, but at Griffith Observatory, and it well could have been when I worked there in the 1970s, it was on display. This is Chesley Bonstall, a painting that he did, one of the most famous of all space painters. And this is the view of Saturn from Titan. Now, this beautiful poem that was just recited, and beautifully recited too, is all about this. What if you were standing there? You see it through telescopes. We've had close-ups of it. But this is how Chesley Bonstall shares his vision of Saturn. And this is before the spacecraft, before space telescopes. So this is the best he could do. Now, he didn't always get it right, but it doesn't really matter that much. Chesley was someone who showed us the future. In fact, if anybody that doesn't know about it, there is a documentary about Chesley Bonstall, and I can't remember the name of it. Maybe I can look it up, or somebody else will know about it. It's really wonderful, and you should see about how he really showed us what our future in space would look like. Well, here's another one, and this one is Enceladus, looking at Saturn. This may be even more realistic, although this was done a while ago, but this is actually, Chesley Bonstall was an artist and designer who did astronomy. This one is an astronomer who does art. This is by William Hartman a famous planetary scientist. I used his book in college when I was an astronomy major. And so there are different ways that we see this. And for the most part, he was doing the science, but he had this other part of his brain that wanted to show what he felt things were probably like. And this is by David Hardy, a famous space artist in the UK. The reason I love this one is because I want to go there. I mean, these things, they show us things that we can't see, but
right.
How you could read by the light of this other galaxy there. Of course, he'd probably be sucked into it and killed, but you know, what a way to go.
What a way.
And there's a YouTube link on there. Did you actually put in the YouTube link for the Chesley Bonstall movie, somebody, or is that something else?
I did not see the link, but if
I did, I found it on YouTube.
Someone else, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, it's definitely worth seeing. So this is a vision of what could be, what other worlds could be. So this is the way that now there is the International Association of Astronomy Artists, I believe it's called, the IAAA. A lot of great people who do very different things. I've met a lot of them and seen their work. It's really astonishing, and they're all very different. This is the idea that we all have different brains. I mean, we see things in different ways, and I'll get to more of that later.
Mike, what is the name of this artist again?
This one here is David Hardy.
David Hardy. H-A-R-D-E-Y?
D-Y.
Okay, that was the question.
You know, another one that I don't have in here that I really love, look her up, Lucy West. She's in the U.S. I was looking at her stuff. I didn't throw any of it in here, but Lucy West does some really imaginative stuff that blows me away. There are just a lot of good people that do things like this.
Yes.
And this is a blank slide that I think had to do with the transition for this one. So this is the other way we do art. It's photography, but it's art. You guys that are taking pictures of the planets and so on and processing them forever, that's art. It's not just geekiness. It's, you know, it really is art, and it's a skill, and it is art because you compose it, you frame it, you process it. And then there are all the arguments about how it should be processed and what's real and what's not. You know what? Sometimes it doesn't matter. So this is the Milky Way, and this is as seen from the top of Mauna Kea in Hawaii, which is a great shot. This is Wally Paholka, who's a fantastic astrophotographer. Yeah, and Wally caught this one of the galaxy just sort of lying on the horizon. You can just see it. It's not a big arc like it is in most of the ones. It's just going straight across this panorama. So there is our galaxy that we're looking at. And because everybody loves these things, I'll show more. This is also Wally. You can see his name down below. He's astropix.com. Do yourself a favor if you like this stuff and go see Wally's stuff. Magellanic Clouds, Milky Way, Easter Island. And the same thing twice. How did I do that? I guess I like that one a lot. This one is Babak Tafreshi, who a lot of people know. Very good friend from Iran, now in the U.S., and this is Magellanic Clouds over the Iguazu Falls in South America. So we all love these kinds of things because they show us, and there's art involved in this. They show us what it's like. I like, dang, now I can't remember his name. He's up in Oregon, and he does these things. This was actually, he lay down in the middle of the night and somebody snapped his picture. This is the end of the night. This is what it's like. Crater Lake in Oregon. Ben, can't remember.
Yeah, look at the reflections of the stars on the water. It's beautiful.
This is just, I mean, this is one of my favorite pictures because I love having us in the picture, people in the picture. To me, it makes it relevant. You know, it puts it in context. Well, here's another way of doing it. So this is artist Luca Saraceni, and I love what he does. You'll see that he has got lights that make the constellation. But for scale, you can see over on the right side, this is a street with cars going by. This is not a little installation. He's made much bigger ones.
Wow.
And you walk between them, and there is audio for each one of these. So this is his artwork. And in a way, it's performance artwork, because you walk through it, you pick up an old telephone, and a recording tells you something about it. And it's just a very different way of doing these things. We had a beautiful poem here. Harley White is a regular contributor to the Astropoetry blog and Astronomers Without Borders. This is from quite a while ago. And about the Hubbell Deep Field. There are so many things that are inspiring. This is, I should write names down because they don't stick in my brain very well anymore. I'm going to end up having to tattoo my name on my arm so I won't forget it. Giovanni, as much as I can get. He's Italian. He does the Cosmic Concert for Global Astronomy Month every year. This is a live performance, part composed, part improv, with videos and images behind. And this is the way he expresses his feelings about it, through music in conjunction with the video behind. And speaking of video, you know, there have been movies forever, and of course the books that go with it. Here, the silent film, George Méliès, I believe it is, and A Trip to the Moon, and that's just after landing here. If you guys haven't seen it, you got to look it up and see it, because it is wacky. It's wonderful, and there's a wonderful documentary about him too, starring Ben Kingsley, about what he went through making these things. So this is in the first couple decades of the 20th century. And then, of course, 2001, which is a tour de force, and then E.T., which to me was just silly, but, you know, a lot of people
It was fun.
It was fun. And then there's Star Wars and Star Trek, and everybody falls on one side or the other and battle each other. And so these things go on forever. Then we have science fiction movies from the sublime, this is War of the Worlds, one of my favorites ever. Fantastic film. That's Michael Rennie in the weird spacesuit there. A great British actor. To the ridiculous. This is Robot Monster, made in 1953. And she's looking at him like, you expect me to get it for you? Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, there is. Get a little action going there. That's awesome. I grew up during this time watching these hokey things. Modern things here. This is, oh my goodness, I can't remember their names now, and that's really terrible, but an Italian artist, and she is from Kazakhstan, living in Italy, and doing, Jerry Hubbell says, I thought that was the day the Earth stood still. I said the wrong thing, didn't I, Jerry? Mm-hmm. I was looking at too many of the things. Of course, that was the day the Earth stood still.
Yeah, Book Davy also corrected us. So
thank you very much for correcting me, Jerry. That was ridiculous. War of the Worlds was good, but this was a very profound philosophical one that I think is relevant to today too. So thank you, Jerry. My apologies for the goof. And they did this performance of music and video for the Rosetta Project, that visiting a comet, and it was a very important one, of course, by ESA, and it was a fabulous thing, and I know it's archived and could be seen. This is somebody, I'm going to have to see if Nicole wants to come on here. Nicole Stott was an engineer by training, worked at Kennedy Space Center, and saw the astronauts going in and out and said, I can do that. And so she applied and became an astronaut, but she's also an artist. And there she is with what I believe is a photograph that she took from the space station. And here is her painting that she did on the space station. She did the first oil painting. I think Alexei Leonov did some drawings, but she did an actual oil painting on the space station and had to do some special things to paint to make sure it didn't float around. And I love her work. And I have been looking at pictures of space since the first ones, since the 1950s. And I love her paintings because they give the impression of what she's seeing. It's sort of more real. The photographs are static and they're drier. So this is a famous one she did called The Wave. Alan Bean walked on the moon. Alan was an artist. He spent the rest of his life painting. And I like his stuff, and I particularly like this one because this is something you'll never see in a photograph. There are always two guys on the moon and one guy still in orbit.
Right.
But he did this portrait of all three of them together on the moon.
That's cool.
And I love that because it's expressing the way they felt. He was there with them in a sense. We had a project. This was done by Daniela de Paulus, who started the Astro Arts program in Astronomers Without Borders. And I had met Charlie Duke in Brazil. I go to Marcelo's annual thing in Brazil quite often. And this year he had Charlie Duke there. Charlie walked on the moon in, somebody will remember better than me. If I say it, I'll probably get corrected. It was 15 or 16, I don't remember which. And he took a picture of his family, and that's it on the left. And he left it on the moon, took a picture of it there on the surface with his footprint, his foot in the view. So I contacted him and said, we have this person who sends images to the moon and then gets the reflection and reconstructs them. I want to send your picture to the moon and with your family, and this time bring it back. And so he had to scan a new version of it because the one in the public domain is too small. And it's particularly noisy, not usually this bad, but this is the reflected picture reconstructed. So this time they made it back. So I think that's all I have to share, but just an overview, just an idea. There are so many different ways of looking at space and astronomy. Nicole and I had wonderful, because we're both both sides of the brain can't make up our mind, and how it's just different ways of seeing the same thing. So if you take a picture of it, it's one way of doing it. I've always been a visual observer because that's what I just love. And I love to share it. And some people love to draw it. And some people write these beautiful poems like we just heard. And they're just all different ways for us to enjoy the same thing.
Thank you, Mike. That's awesome. Yeah, I really look forward to seeing more of this kind of thing. So, the artistic and the aesthetic appreciation of the night sky is something that's really important and conveys feelings and interpretation that, you can't get any other way. You need an artist to convey that, and thank goodness they're there. So
it's like what Carl Sagan wrote in Contact. The movie's good. If you haven't read the book, read the book. It's even better. And Ellie, looking at this, they should have sent a poet, because you know, how do you convey that? We all have our own ways to do it. You got masters of one way of doing it on this show here.
I think it's interesting, just to interject here for a second, that Elon Musk is that investor that is going to fly around the moon in 2023 in the Starship with artists to fly around the moon and to bring that back.
That's great.
Interesting. He chose to bring artists because he knows he's not going to be able to. I mean, if you've seen a total solar eclipse, I've been trying for 40 years to explain it to people. It's not possible. It's an experience. And you guys are all having creative experiences and you can show them, but you can't, you do the best you can. That's a really good point, Jerry. I'm glad you thought of that.
Thank you. Okay, so the next part of our program is going to be live imaging, live image processing. And for all of you that wanted to, interact with the astrophotographers, we've got several people here that do this. And so we're going to do a little transition and be back with in about 10 minutes. We'll let that poetry and art soak in, and then we're going to come back with with some live images. I'm going to let the group decide who goes first. So you guys can vote amongst yourselves, figure it out, and we'll go like that. All right. So be back in 10. So what do you guys think? Who should go first?
I got rain, so not me.
Not you, huh?
How many people even have clear skies right now?
I have in the screen, I have Saturn.
You got Saturn? Okay.
Yes.
How about you, Gary? Are you clouded out or clear? Or?
Yeah, I'm clouded out. I'm going to be on for about another hour. It's 4 a.m. here, so you could go through a couple of the people live views or whatever you want, and then I'll do a bit of image processing if you want.
Great. Okay. All right. Who else is live right now? How about you, Tom?
Yeah, I'm here right now taking images outside.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sitting right here listening to you. I can control all of it from right here too.
Great.
I've got it all running, and when I get ready to talk about it, I'll share my screen, and
okay.
I'll show you all of it running.
Okay.
And at the same time that we're talking, I'm processing an image.
Okay. We're going to keep the we'll keep the segments to about 10 minutes at a time, so everybody gets a shot at making their presentation. Alain, do you have anything live there? Or?
Yes.
Awesome, great, all the way down in Chile, so that's going to be excellent. And Caesar's down in Argentina, and we got Dave Ing entering in the room right now. So
I'm clouded out here.
Are you,
Scott?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I'm gonna probably jump off soon as well because I've got a meeting in 4.5 hours, which I hope I get up for.
All right, Shailendra, thank you for joining us. Thank you.
Hey, Scott?
Yeah.
I'm going to have to drop off. I won't be able to do anything tonight. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for joining us, Steve.
Yep. Have a good night, everyone, or morning, wherever we are.
Night, morning.
Good night, Steve.
Good night.
Hey, Jerry, I'm going to give you a call tomorrow, okay?
Sure.
I have something I wanted to talk to you about based on our recording from last night.
Okay, great. I
Right,
look forward to it. Thanks.
All right, bye-bye.
Cheers, guys.
Yeah. Well, we don't have to go the full 10-minute break here either, so we can. If you guys,
I like how as soon as the imaging discussion started, the rain here just like started pouring. it's just a reminder. Oh, it's cloudy. Not that I'm missing much, full moon, but
right.
I don't even image, but I just found that funny.
I'm going to have to. It's dinner time here. I'm the farthest west, I think, but I wanted to ask Cesar. You're in Argentina. Are you or anybody you know doing a live stream of the eclipse in December?
I'm sorry. Let me check if I have my phone, my microphone open. Yes.
Yeah.
Who asked me? Sorry.
That was Mike, and I was asking.
Oh, Mike, it's an honor. Well, last time, I heard different news from the last week where I told that they thought in still to be with all closed. The plan now is go to open November 15 because they understanding that these provinces of Rio Negro and Neuquén, they talk with the central government and say that, come on, we cannot still close because we have a very huge event, and the things are coming to change now, because our numbers, come on, are bad, but our government used it in opposite to another countries to say, no, here is disaster, you know, and they told us that the numbers are terrible, and you know, it's a politician fighting between populism and liberalism. And
I know it well, yeah.
yes, and here is opposite. For example, maybe in Brazil, the president say, no, it's nothing. No, here say, no, this is terrible. I say, okay, it's terrible, but our numbers are so terrible, like in the rest of the world. We have maybe today 15,000 deaths, but in the entire time, where do you have maybe more than 6 months of lockdown? And people say, okay, we need to stop the lockdown because we have now another epidemic, because it's our very huge economical problems. And people from the province say, okay, we need to move the economy, because they think that, and I think the same, because the epidemic here is of course that is a big problem, but if you see to the rest of the world, the people is going to move the tourism, the business, and here really the people need to work and receive money from the tourists. And I'm in our company, we are manufacturing the solar shades and filters. We import from United States a lot of material, and I am going maybe to donate some material for the school. I need to take some contact with choosing the most the schools that, you know, maybe in the rural and farm areas, maybe they don't have money, and they can do it filters, you know, with the material that we can donate, because we have a part of the mylar that we don't use, and they can make small filters, you know, to and make the experience to make something.
Yeah, that's good. I know somebody in South Africa who actually had a program one time, a project in Africa, and they made them. I can contact her and she can tell you how they did it. They made hundreds of thousands and they sold them. It was a way for them to do it themselves and make money at the same time. And I'd be interested in what you're doing. Most of the tours coming from North America have been canceled now, including the one and the company that I was going to do things. We're going to run out of time. You want to talk another time, maybe, about what you're doing? Do you want to talk another time about what you're doing? Maybe I can connect some people and help.
Yes. Actually, the problem is that we couldn't make something at this time, because always outside, you know, if you call to a school, it's anybody in a school. And for example, and it's the problem is that today we don't have the authorities are very, very concerned in the epidemic, and you know, but maybe we will can changes and this type of actions in the last month, maybe in November, very fast, very quickly. And we are having an idea of how to work, because our idea is if we are successful selling solar shades, it's in English, solar shades, or Hubbell, or our idea is earn to can donate, because in our business we have a huge problem too about the economy. It's very unfortunately the time.
Well, he's going to go live here in a second. Cesar, if you're interested in talking, I might be able to help. We have some experience from what we had in 2017 here, and I've helped it with eclipses and glasses around the world, so I might be able to help. But I'd also be interested in finding out and bringing you the eclipse community. So
Yeah,
I'm going to have to go, but there's my email address. If you want to talk, just.
Okay, well, we're back now, and we have astrophotographers with live images through their telescopes right now. Tom, what do you have in your telescope? We'll go to each one and just get a brief idea of, just say where you are, what time it is, and what you've got going on.
I am in Texas, and let me share my screen here.
Well, before you share your screen, Tom, we're just going to do a quick introduction and
Okay.
Yeah, just discuss what we're doing tonight.
I'm out there, right now taking some images, and it's all running.
Okay.
And you'll be able to see that once the introductions are over.
Okay. All right. Let's go over to Richard Grace here. What have you got? Where are you at tonight? And
I'm in Annapolis, Maryland, in the middle of the rainstorm. And the good part is that it's going to rain for a little while longer, so I don't have to worry about whether I'm going to set up or not. It's not iffy one way or the other. It's bad. It's raining. We got cumulonimbus nebula to image, but that's not going to work. So I do have some things to share from the canceled star party last week. But while everybody's got stuff that's live, worry about them, and I'll be around.
Okay. All right. Next up is Alan Mari, and Alan is all the way down in Chile. I think you're muted, Alan.
No, I'm not.
Nope. Okay.
You hear me?
We hear you now. Yes.
Exactly. Yeah. So yes, I'm in the Atacama Desert, and it's not raining because we have like 15 millimeter of rain every year.
Right.
And I have one telescope pointed on an object that I'd like to describe. Okay.
Okay.
If I can be a bit longer, remember at the beginning, David Levy talked about his interaction with cops. I had an interaction one time with a parking clerk. I wanted to go home, and I arrived in front of my house, of the gate, and there was a guy who told me, "No, you cannot go in. Go sideways." No, I said, "No, I want to go there." "No, you cannot." You remember who that guy was?
Probably me.
Exactly. Exactly.
This is
I lived at the time at Palomar Observatory, and Scott had organized a star party, and I came back from shopping like at 9 o'clock, and I arrived with my car, and I wanted to go in. It told me, "No, you don't go to the observatory." I said, "Yes, I go. It's my place." And Scott was, "No, you have to park there." "No, I want to go there." "You cannot go." "Yeah, I live there." Okay. And then we talk some more. Sometimes you have people, forgetting, forbidding you to do things. Anyway, okay, so I have this telescope there.
Sorry.
I didn't hear you.
I said I was trying to be good and protect the observatory. So.
Yes. That was like 1986 or something.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Yeah.
We're young and beautiful.
That's right.
And now we're just beautiful.
Yeah, you're still a handsome guy, so.
Yeah, sure.
All right, and Gary Palmer. Gary's in the UK. What time is it? You said it's about 4 a.m., is that right?
Hi, Scott. Yeah, it's just coming up to 4:15.
Okay, all right. So show some live imaging there. So we are going to show a couple of live images through telescopes. So we're going to come right back to you. Jerry, what's going on there tonight?
It's cold and dry here on Mars. It's really pretty cold. And it's hard to breathe. It's actually rainy, just like Astrobeard says. It's pouring down rain here in Virginia, and it's about It's 11:15 here in Virginia.
Okay. All right. And Cesar Brolo. Cesar, you are in Argentina. What time is it getting down there?
Scott, here are the 12 quarter, 12 and quarter, or 15.
Just after midnight.
And well, yes, midnight. And this night we'll choose planets. I'm praying that they don't appear this night, because you remember 2 weeks ago we need to the microphone because the wind was so strong. We feel in a ship bow or something, or in the top of the mountain. But I think that this night is a really nice. It's clear here, and we have Saturn, Jupiter is to behind the one that you, and we have Saturn, Moon, and Mars.
And Mars. Yes, we have Mars up high here in North.
Yes. Yes.
Brett Blake says Caesar will image from the center of a tornado. So I think you're.
Yes.
That's right. All right. And
Okay.
Dave, you are in California. That's right.
Yes, I'm in Southern California.
Mm-hmm.
It is about a quarter after 8 p.m. here. And
Okay.
I just got dark enough about an hour ago where I set up, and I've been trying to do something a little different. What I wanted to do was test out my ASI Air's live stacking function.
Okay.
And what I want to do is I want to be able to take this out to a star party and practice social distancing by setting it up on a monitor or something, let it do live stacking, and then people won't be touching the eyepiece.
Sure.
We can do it that way. I found out right now, or a little while ago, that my images are really blurry, and it helps if you don't forget to turn on auto guiding. So
right.
So right now I'm setting it up. I don't have anything to show just yet, but I probably will in a little while.
Well, we'll come back to you. Okay.
Thanks.
All right. And Zane, you are new to the program here.
I haven't imaged in like a year. I don't have the budget or the I can't do it unless I had a good space at home, and I really can't do it from my yard. I gave up on that.
Mm-hmm.
But I have image, so I do actually have. I mean, I could show you two whopping good deep sky photos that I've ever taken. Okay, maybe 3.
Okay.
But yeah, let me just.
Right. Well, we will. Zane will come back to you.
Sure. Yeah, no problem.
And we are going to show some live images first. Who is the first amongst yourselves? Who is going to go on first for the live imaging? I don't hear any takers here.
Well, I'm not quite ready yet. Sorry.
You're not quite ready?
No.
Well, okay.
I'm up and running here.
Just move the telescope to Jupiter. Maybe in 30 seconds. I need only.
All right, we'll let Tom go first then. All right, here we go. Go ahead, Tom. You've got it.
Let me turn on my screen.
Now let's introduce you a little bit, okay? Tom Pickett is the president of the Facebook Astronomy Club with, you mentioned something like 40 or 50,000 members, is that right?
Yeah, I got 40, I got 40 something, 44,000. Actually, I should have about around 80,000, but what they've been doing is Facebook, the people that are not active, they just start.
They take them off.
Start putting them off, because I had 45,000 about 4 years ago, and it gets up to a point, and then it levels off, and then it goes down and goes up and goes down and goes up. So
yeah,
and I found out that it's not just happening to me though; it's happening to all the
groups. Yeah,
all the groups in there. Once they get to a certain amount, Facebook just comes in there and starts taking over, and they decide what happens to your members, I guess. So
Wait, so what do they do exactly? They start managing the group for you, basically?
No, they're not actually managing the group, and they're not telling me. But what's happening is I've had some of my members text me and say, Tom, how come I'm not a member of the group anymore? And I've had this happen to me about, hundreds of times. And I've ended up having to add them back because Facebook, I guess they
zap people from lack of activity or something?
Yes.
So they're trying to save money. They're trying to save money and not have to build equipment.
Yeah, and it kind of makes me angry because a lot of people that come in there, they just want to read, they just want to look, they don't want to
post.
They don't want to comment or there's kind of like in the background, and I kind of want that because that's what I made it for, is for people to come there and if they want to comment, they can comment. So.
Yeah, I think Facebook's algorithm hates that. That's probably the issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shame. So what do you got? What do you got in the scope there, Tom?
Let me show you guys something before I do that. Let me go over here and show you the group I'm running here. I can pull it up. Facebook Astronomy Club. Okay, let me go over here now and share my screen.
And you're a Baylor man, it appears.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
You guys see that?
Sure do.
Facebook Astronomy Club. And there's the membership count there, 44.3K. And I got some rules when you come in here. I don't like politics and a bunch of other stuff. I just want to talk astronomy. This is one of my latest images that I shot right here.
Beautiful. What object is that?
Trying to remember. Here, I can click on it. Let me go. Okay, yeah. Well, let's see here. Let me move this over.
NGC 6820.
The 6820 and NGG 6823. I do so many images that I can't remember numbers.
Oh, wow. This is a neat little nebula that I've never heard of.
You know what I like about this? It's got a lot of, this is a planet forming or a solar system forming region. You can see little bubbles right here. And in the end of those little bubbles is little solar systems.
It really has a sense of depth too.
Yeah.
With those little things, you can tell, you can almost tell that they're in front of the star cluster, which looks kind of behind it. It's got a very three-dimensional look to it.
Yeah.
It's really nice.
Okay, let me go out of this. And this is one of the images that I took when I was back in 2015. But let me go over here to my... Right now, I'm shooting LBN 438. It's this little bitty cloud right here, and this yellow circle is the mount, where the mount is actually looking right now. So then when I click on this one gives me. This is the mount. This is what's controlling the mount. This is the tempo control center, or the driver. And then over here, this is of course the tracker that's tracking the image on a star, that I've got located. And then I'm using APT. This was the last image that I took, and right now I'm on number 2. And I'm shooting 30-minute exposures. And
wow.
that right there is in H alpha.
Looks faint, so I can see why you'd have to go that long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Barely shows up in DSS.
I see the stars and the crosshairs. I don't see any nebulosity coming out yet at all. How long do you think you'll have to shoot on this object?
Oh, by the time I get done with this, I'll probably have about 120 hours.
Wow.
Wow. That's a lot.
This right here, let me show you this. This is 60 hours right here just in the blue.
Of that same object, right?
Yeah.
Wow. Uh-huh.
This is just the blue channel.
So you've moved on from blue and you're shooting in which channel right now?
I got, the other day, I was going after my red, and I got half of my red done.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden the moon, is coming up, so I can't do the moon. So what I did is I switched over to H alpha.
Okay.
I'm shooting narrowband now to where the moon's not a problem. So, and I've got, let's see how many of those I've got so far. I got it right here. Let me go over here. We click on this.
So
do that. Right now I have 45 images of H alpha. If you can see it right there in the stacker. As I finish them, I put them over into a folder. I can download them right off the stick outside and move them in here just using my Wi-Fi. And then I move them into here. And once I get them into here, there was my first one, right? So I just go over here to my deep sky stacker, go over here and go to my H alpha, go to 0929. There's that first image. And then I'll go down and hold on, let me see where it is. There it is right there. And what I'll do is I'll just run a quick scan on it, and it will tell me what it is. And that's basically what I'm doing right now.
Okay. All right. Okay. So let's move on to the next guy, and we'll come back to you, Tom. That's great.
Let me show you one more thing.
Okay.
One thing I do too is I've got security cameras all around. That's what's outside right now.
I see.
And
right.
That's where the scope is pointed. And if anybody comes around there, the intercom will come on and it will automatically say, I just took your picture and the video's running and the police have been called. I ain't kidding you, because I've already had one of my rigs stolen. So
yeah, that's hard.
I lost $15,000 that day. So
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I do know too that people came to your aid on that too. So that was.
Oh my God, Dustin, Gibson, and of course I got 44,000 people in there. And what happened was my cat was having kittens, and I was outside shooting Jupiter. You know, with a 5X. What was that? I forget what that is. Anyway, I went back there to check on her, and then as I was walking down the hall, I heard somebody peeling out and leaving, and I ran outside, and oh my God, I was in tears. And I called the police, and they told me, they says, don't get on social media and tell nobody about this. Give us about 5 months so we can see if we can find these guys, you know. So after about 4 months, I kind of rolled out of bed. I said, Tom, I'm tired of giving all of my friends excuses why I'm not imaging, because I was putting out an image every single day. You know what I mean? Just every day. And then all of a sudden it just stopped.
Right.
And I rolled out of bed and wrote up a little post, you know, to put on Facebook. And I put that on Facebook. And then immediately everybody said, Tom, you need to set up a GoFundMe. I says, I don't know how to do that. And I don't want to do that. And everybody got mad at me. Says, yeah, Tom, you need to do that. So what I did is I just gave them my, my PayPal, ID. And within a couple hours, I opened that thing up and I had $2,000. And I said, you got to be kidding me. And tears started rolling down my eyes again, right? Because I couldn't believe all the blessings, that I was getting.
Yeah.
And then Dustin Gibson calls me over from OPT. He says, Tom, give me a call at this telephone number. And I pick up the phone. And he says, Tom, we are going to replace your rig, man. I said, you got to be kidding me.
That is awesome.
He said, everybody told me, says, Tom, for about the last 6 years, you've been running the Facebook Astronomy Club, and you've been teaching everybody about astronomy, and you've never asked anybody for a nickel. I says, and you showed us your images, and you taught us how to do this with a DSLR. It says, it's time for you, man. So
it's a awesome story of
I was well, see, a lot of people don't understand is I have a condition called I got inner ear problems.
Yeah.
And I get to where I can't walk because the room is spinning all around. So I'm sort of like disabled a little bit. Mm-hmm. So that's basically all I had left in my life was my telescope and astronomy, because I couldn't work, and do some things. So when they stole that telescope out of my yard, it was heartbreaking, because I thought, now my telescope's gone,
Yeah.
So, and it makes me sad to think that my scope ended up in the hands of some drug dealer that was going to sell it for a little bit of nothing.
Yep.
So.
Excellent.
But anyway.
Okay. All right. Well, let's.
But anyway, I got cameras all over my gear now, and I'm way out in the middle of nowhere. Nobody knows where I'm at.
You're not telling anybody.
And yeah, I moved out of that area, and now I live in 2.5 Bronco skies.
Mm-hmm.
I got 2.5 skies here, so it's dark. So
okay,
I'm in heaven here.
All right, let's give someone else a chance here, and we'll go on to see what's going on. Let's go on to Alain Maury. Okay. Yep. And let's see. Well, let's see what's going on down there. I love that story. I even forgot that story.
What's that? What about my rig?
No, I stopped Alain from going home. He lived, he's a professional astronomer. He was doing the Sky Survey 2, I think, at that time, at the Schmidt camera at Palomar. And I used to run amateur, I had an astronomy club, and I saw this guy driving up to the fence. A lot of people try to sneak onto observatory property, at night. And when that would happen, I'd say, hey, you really can't come up here. And I've turned away many people. Well, here, this guy actually lived and worked up there. So that's how I got to meet Alain.
A long time ago. Yeah, let me share my screen.
Okay.
Show you a couple of pictures.
Okay. And maybe tell us a little bit about your astrotourism.
Yeah, let me see. Is that the one?
Yes.
Okay, so this I don't need. Yeah, before that, I wanted to show you a couple of pictures. One of them, well, I got it. Here is this one. I was looking. Yeah, this picture. Kelly talked about hypersensitization and all these type of things. There's a guy here, William Miller. He was the photographic scientist at Palomar Observatory in the 70s. And he is the one who made the color pictures, the first color pictures of the sky, because before that, all the pictures had been made in black and white. He is not a very well-known person. I mean, for example, later, David Malin in Australia became very well-known by amateurs, but this is the person who made first the first color pictures of the sky with, he used like onscochrome things and hectacolor, whatever, the 200 ISO type picture with the 48 inch. He also made picture with a 200 inch. And he also impulsed a new way of doing astrophotography, which at the time had a lot of impact on the ISO Schmidt telescope, the UK, the Australian Schmidt telescope that made the survey, and so on and so on. He is the father of hypersensitization and all these processes. So I wanted to show you this, this image. There is another image that I wanted to show you, but I lost it. No, there it is. This is my place. I mean, not exactly, I have a, and you see there are two roll-off roofs. We're going to use one, the one there. It belongs to an Panamanian amateur astronomer and also dear friend who is Joaquin Fabrega. And all these telescopes are remotely controlled telescopes. This is a telescope farm that we have. We have also in the back lodges. And the main activity are, of course, tours. In the last like 17 years, we may have received something like 250,000 people. San Pedro de Atacama is a very touristic place. I mean, it used to be a very touristic place.
Right.
Now it's kind of like the desert again. And so all these telescopes are remotely operated. There are a Russian dome, there is a Polish one, Panamanian, two from Belgium, Canada, United States, and Panama, of course, and a few domes are mine. I have my own telescopes, and I was starting an asteroid survey. What I wanted to show you is, there they are, yes. This is my latest baby. And so if you look in the back of Tom Pickett's image, he has a 4.5 inch telescope. So in France, we would say telescope de 115, a telescope of 115. And so this is also 115, but it's not millimeter, it's centimeter. And so that's a 45 inch telescope, which so far I use only visually, but it's, it's really giving me very, very, very beautiful pictures. So what I want to show you is this screen now. I've pointed the telescope in a zone that, of course, I zoomed enough so that you don't recognize. I want to shoot a 30-second exposure. Sorry, I made a mistake. I pressed twice on the button. I shouldn't have. Okay, start again. Sorry, now it's doing 30 seconds. I'm not going to take too much of your time. Okay. And this is one of the most famous austral southern sky objects. As all the people who have observed from the southern hemisphere know, this is where the real objects in the sky are located, big objects, the brightest nebulae, the brightest galaxies, the brightest clusters, and so on. I want to show you this one. So, 4 seconds, it's reading the image out. So it's a raw image. There is the moon not too far. Okay, here is the image. There is a lot of gradient, and I could have cared a little bit more about. There it is. Okay, you see the gradient because of the moon. The object, the very bright globular cluster, is 47 Tucan. But, this is a globular cluster in our galaxy. It's 15,000 light years away. But you see there is a star here. I don't know if you see my cursor. I'm going to zoom on that thing. Yeah, there it is. Oh, yeah, the focus has changed. I should have checked before. This object is called NGC 121. I don't know if you see it, but it's a globular cluster in the small Magellanic Cloud.
Oh, wow.
I mean, in the same picture, you have a globular cluster in our galaxy and a globular cluster in another galaxy. So one is 15,000 light years away. The other is 220,000 light years away.
Oh my goodness. So it must be huge.
That almost,
must be a huge.
That almost looks like a planetary nebula.
Yeah, no, but you can resolve it. I mean, with the 45 inch, you start to see the first stars. And that the big globular cluster, the 47 Toucan, is like 3 times the size of M13. It's really a very, very big object. So yeah, that's what I wanted to show you. You know, there'll be more opportunities to show you more objects. Okay.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So now let's go to Gary Palmer. We promised we'd go there so that he can get to bed. Yeah. So Gary, here we go. We're going to give you stage, and thank you very much, Elaine. Thank you.
Okay, no problem.
Hi, Scott. Hi, everyone. What I thought we would do is, because we missed out on the last Star Party, that we would catch up with a little bit of processing. We were sort of running through some processes on here. So we've done the background neutralization and dynamic background and talked about the initial loading up of the calibration files. These are 2 images from last Friday night's Star Party. They are both stacks, they're both up to the area, but what I wanted to look at was color calibration, because this is where a lot of people get lost in the software. And if we zoom in, we can see there's some quite good detail on these, considering we still had a bright moon. Stars went a little bit out of focus on M33. But there's 3 types of color calibration that we can use. So if we set up the color calibration module, we can create 2 preview boxes, one for the background and one for the target. On the settings for the background, on the settings for the bright point, the white reference, really what we've got to do is look down the bottom here, and as I scroll over the image, you'll see the RGB values come up. So we're looking at a pretty good calibration there already. They're fairly well matched here. So I've stuck in an 8 just before the last 0. We turn the structure detection off, and then coming down for the preview on the background, and then we run this slider here all the way down to 0.1. 0.01, and then we just apply it to the image. That's the quickest way. So if we zoom in a little bit more, we can see the difference in the color calibration. So you're removing the green bias and you're bringing your blues and your reds up and starting to match everything. That's one of the simplest ways of doing it. I'm going to close that one. Now, quite often you might have an object where the like a nebula or something like that. We're just using this as a reference image, really, where there isn't a bright object to look at and to take a color reference from for your white point. So here we can make what we call an aggregated preview, and that's to make lots of preview boxes all the way around the actual object itself.
Okay.
And then if we go, sorry, hang on a second, there we go. If we go up to the scripts, we can come down to utilities, and there's preview aggregator there. And that will create me an aggregated preview. It'll join all of those boxes together. And we can now use that on this one. So instead of having preview box 2, we're going to change that now to the aggregated preview. I'm going to use the same referencing here, but we're going to turn on structure detection. And it's going to take the white reference off the stars now. So there's lots of different ways. Some ways work and some ways don't. And it's a case of having a few different ideas and a few different trials. But the same thing, apply it to the image after. And this really helps on balancing everything out with the images. Quite often we struggle with image color and getting the correct colors for an image. So you can see that that didn't actually work that well on there. Yeah, it's turned the background quite red, and it's also hit off on the actual target itself. And that's basically because the target is quite bright. So if we were doing this on a nebula, it would work. But because we're using a bright target, But this is what really happens when it all starts to go wrong, because people are not really seeing this in the image and not really paying a lot of interest. And then they're them going on and processing through, and you start to get a mismatch in all the colors. And when you get into the final points, it's very hard to change anything. One of the new things that's in PixInsight now is photometric color calibration. Just need to find the other box, which is here somewhere. I will have hit it. There it is. Okay. This actually references the object, and it works a lot better. Let's close that down. So what we can do from here, the two critical points are making sure that you get your focal length of the telescope correct and the pixel ratio to the camera. So need to change the pixel ratio to 80 on this one, and then we're going to search for the target. You will need your internet connection for this, so it's not something to be done out in the field. Search for the target, we get the target data, and then we acquire the time from the image. Once that's done, we just literally apply it to the image. And this is probably the most precise way of doing color calibration in any software now. I have had it on some images where it didn't quite get the pixel sizing of the camera correct, and then it will cause a problem. But in general, it gives you the most precise way. Wait a couple of seconds and it'll be done, and then we'll get a reference chart that comes up, and it will show you the matching to your image and the matching to the data that's stored online.
You make this look so easy, Gary.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far. It is handy because I actually tried this on the Andromeda image, and for some reason I just could not get it to run on there. So if we just reset that back up, so that's now got the correct color calibration for that image, and you can see the pinks that are sitting in the background. And this is ready to sort of push on further with the processing. So it's quite a nice clean image. And also we can see that we've got a lot of the outer dust lane around the spirals on this galaxy, which are actually quite hard on this target. It's not an easy one. There's only a couple of instruments that have managed to get those spirals around the edge.
Yeah.
This is 1 hour's worth of test data. That's all it is. So it was literally all new equipment, all thrown up last Friday night, and these were running while we were doing the Star Party. So there's some pretty good data there, and we'll go on and process them, but eventually we'll want it to look something like that. Yeah, that's not quite finished yet. It was just a quick run through to say that that's what we're going to actually be looking at getting over the next week or so when we do these on the Star Parties.
Yeah, great.
So,
excellent.
There you go.
Probably one of the reasons why you're having problems with Andromeda is I've run into this problem myself. The dynamic range is so wide on that because you got this bright center, and then the rest of it's
it's just off of this new camera. It's literally all of the other images are processing up fine. Even images that we took with the same camera a couple of days before, they processed up fine. So it will be something to do with the pixel sizing on the camera or the focal length. But sometimes it can be the rotation of the object can just upset it, and it just doesn't like it. Okay.
So we're going to move on to Caesar. We missed Jupiter. But he's got, I think he got Saturn in there right now. Is that right? Yep. You are muted, Caesar.
Now you can hear me?
Now we can hear, yes.
Okay. Well,
loud and clear.
I lose Jupiter, but we have now Saturn. Of course, that maybe sometimes this is maybe for us is common or normal but for have a real magic. And sometimes when you let me, yes, share screen. Let me share a screen and show you now. Today I started to use Carduciel connected with the EXOS 100, and was an excellent support for me. First of all, before to make zoom over the image, I'll center here the image of Saturn, and
Caesar, I've got a question. How's the IXS 100 been working for you in the southern hemisphere? Has it been working well? And
yes, Jerry, it wasn't. I need to try Nina software. Oh well, sorry, but by the wind. Let me check. I tried to change the parameters of the camera. Let me see, where is the panel here. This is fun because, you know, I lose behind the panel of the zoom. I lose the panel of the camera in my screen. Well,
quite a long focal length. What focal length are you running?
Yes. I had a not windy night, but now is a problem that I have. Yeah. Wow, I can't believe that, because sorry, I don't have this win. We can try because maybe I need to make something of focus, but the problem is that.
How high above the horizon is Saturn for you right now? I would imagine it's pretty low now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is low. You can see the angle of his telescope.
Yeah.
It's something that we talk when we show to the people that never seen before by telescope. It's one of the most awesome objects in the sky, because the people don't imagine the first time when they can see the rings of Saturn. And well, sorry by the wind.
It's just one of the small things that we have to deal with as an astrophotographer.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, though, that's
among
not
the hundreds of things.
Yeah, that's not too bad of an image, though, for what he's got there. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
And you can see the division between the actual planet and the in between the rings. That's pretty good.
Yeah, when it settles out.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe sometimes it's easy to see the Cassini division, but now maybe more for the wind, that because the scene, of course, that is if you have wind, of course the scene is very bad, but you know, it's not a video that is good for processing, because look, this is a little of you can see my hair. 2 weeks ago, we had a more strong wind, but maybe at this time is going from the north. I don't know. Well,
You need one of our tents that Scott introduced to our community.
What's that?
You need to send Caesar one of our tents that we've got.
Oh, a tent, yeah.
An observatory tent that we have.
Yeah.
Yes. My idea is make a remote observatory with a a very small, something like a box that I can remotely opening and with a CCD, but with the same mount. My idea is my project now is not now, of course, but in this year and next year, is make a small observatory with the EXOS and maybe, of course, a wide open telescope, maybe a telescope that Scott sometimes told me about that have something for me. Okay, no problem.
Excellent.
Yeah, yes. Well, sorry by the movements of Saturn.
It's okay. We're seeing it. You know, and the thing is that, I mean, this goes back to people being affected by just observing Saturn. You know, the impression a lot of people get, and Kelly Beatty mentioned it at the first part of our program, is how the contrast of Saturn against the sky. A lot of people do really feel that it's like there's something in front of the telescope. Not that they're looking, 900 million miles out into space, but that there maybe like an image in the eyepiece itself, like an artificial image.
They see the image and see you and say it's real.
Right, exactly. I think that is a worldwide impression. That's right. That's right. Okay, all right. So let's come back to our group here, and I think that we have David Ng. Dave, do you have something live in your telescope you want to share?
I do, but before I do that, I kind of wanted to do a real quick display of how I set it up, if that's okay. Just a couple of slides here.
All right.
Share that screen. Share. And I think you can see the star, right?
Yeah, the bat mask image star, right?
So when I first set up, I do an alignment, a quick alignment. Then I just slew to a bright star. In this case, it was Arcturus. And I put on my Batinoff mask and I do a focus. So after the focus, I do a polar alignment. And I got it pretty close, and I was kind of in a hurry. I recently changed from a DSLR, which had live view on it, so it was really easy with live view, but now I'm using an Astro camera. So now I got to download my pictures to my tablet to see if it's actually aligned, move it, download another picture, move it. So it's a little bit harder and takes longer. That's one thing I miss about the DSLR is the live view. But after I've got it polar aligned, I connect my telescope. I'm sorry, my mount, turn it on, and then I do a go-to. In this case, I chose M33.
Okay.
And it does a plate solve by itself, and it actually centers it, and that's what this screen is.
So this is all like a script or something that's built into the system.
Well, you got to push a couple of buttons, but pretty much you just tell it that you want to do a plate solve, an automatic plate solve when you do a go-to.
Okay.
So let me stop sharing that one, and let me share out my tablet. Let's see. And share. And share the screen. Okay, there we go. So now this is actually looking through my telescope right now.
Live.
So yeah, live. And it's at M33. And what I'm doing is I'm capturing 1 minute shots and stacking them. Right now there's about 50 stacked. And it is centered. You can't really see it, but let me do an auto stretch. And we can see a little bit of it. And I can even do a little bit more of a stretch on that. And let's bring down the black a little. Oops, that's too much. Let's see.
There you go. Starting.
So you can kind of see it in the center there. And I can even hide the histogram. So they're starting to come up. So that's what we're looking at in my scope right now.
Okay. All right.
This is all with the ASI Air app. Any questions on this?
No, I don't think so.
And if
yeah, I just wanted
to show you
ASI Air, but yes, it is. So
let's see. Let me stop sharing this screen. Stop. And let me reshare this screen.
Okay.
And actually, from last week, I was already set up, and we had those technical difficulties.
Yeah.
But I shot M33 last week.
Mm-hmm.
This was the result.
Oh my goodness, it's beautiful.
Thank you. So that was with the same setup.
In your backyard.
Total of 48 subs of 3 minutes each.
Oh my goodness.
It's like almost 2.5 hours.
Beautiful image.
And let's see what else other notes I have here. Oh yeah, it was actually clear skies considering the fires are still going in California. So yeah.
Well, it's also amazing considering the light pollution you have in your backyard.
Yeah, and I didn't have my filter either. I had to send out my.
It's spectacular. It really is. I mean, no one would believe, 10 years ago that you could have gotten an image like this from your backyard.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about people's backyards in general. I'm talking about Dave's backyard. Okay, he has a lot of light pollution, but he's still cutting through it. He's still making amazing images, and so that should be encouragement for anybody today to get out there and do imaging from their backyard, because it can be done and it can be stunning. So
I think that talks to the dynamic process that goes on with astrophotographers and amateur astronomers. And no matter what obstacle is thrown up,
yeah,
sky, high light pollution, all this stuff, we still find a way to cut through it and to develop tools and instruments to cut through it. That's the same way it's going to be with the Starlink satellites. People are scared that the Starlink satellites are going to be ruining the sky, but we'll overcome that. We already overcome it.
Yeah. When I shot
satellites already going across our images.
When I shot this last week, I had, I think, 3 or 4 subs that actually had streaks across them.
Yeah.
And it processed out. It was no big deal.
Right. All that stuff's going to be processed out. It's not as bad as what people think it's going to be. There's a way around this stuff. There's always a way around it. We just have to be innovative and think about it and to solve the problem.
Yeah.
Nice work, Dan.
One way that I've used to get rid of satellites is using my Kappa Sigma, clipping in my, my DSS. And if that one trail is not in the same place on all of the images, it takes an average and it will just get rid of it.
Yeah, I use Pix Insight to process this, and it does those different algorithms, either the Kappa Sigma or the Windsor or the averaging.
Yeah. The median combine also does that.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
I mean, I've got an image of the Orion Nebula, just one single image. And when I was imaging that, I was over at my old place, and for some reason the airplanes like to, fly right across that area where that was, and I probably had about maybe 4 or 5 different streaks on there, and each image had 4 or 5 different streaks, but because all of them were in a different location, you know what I mean, on the image, it just tossed them all out.
Right. Well, we got Dustin Gibson in the room today, so Dustin, thank you again for letting us broadcast on the Clear Skies Network. It's awesome.
Oh no, happy you're doing it. Happy you're doing it.
Yeah.
I saw the schedule and I saw, hey, I'm supposed to be there at 9, and then I thought, I wonder if that's Arkansas time. so if I'm 2 hours late right now, I apologize, man.
Cool. I go, well, something must be cooked in California. So, and hopefully it wasn't California itself. So,
no. I think I live by my calendar, but when it populated for 9, I was like, maybe that was wrong. That's all right. Yeah, we've been busy. We've got a telescope release party tomorrow. We've been working on a partnership with Trevor Jones, Astro Backyard, good friend of mine, for a telescope release with Radian. So we've been very, very busy with that, getting it ready for tomorrow. But excited to be hanging out here. I saw my buddy Tom here. What's up, Tom? How you doing, man?
Hey, Dustin. I told everybody about the episode between you and I.
Episode? I don't know if it was an episode, man. Hey,
bad
things happen.
It was one of those things. Yeah, it was. And just like I was telling everybody, I got cameras all over my new setup in my observatory now. So
Good. Well, Scott, man, I know that you've been doing these every week. Thank you for continuing this and making it happen. You are a juggernaut.
Oh, I just go for the ride. It's all these people that come onto the program and share their expertise and their inspiration and stuff. So,
Let's get back on the podcast to tell this story. I think more people need to know about this. They need to know that this exists all the time, because the collection people here always, every time I log in, I'm like, man, you draw the best crowds to come on here and participate. And we need to let's do another podcast together. The last one was fun.
Yeah, it was fun. That's fun. It's awesome. And you're doing a great job too, Dustin. I admire what you're doing, and wish you well on your telescope release that's coming up. So how can people find out more about that?
So it will be tomorrow at 3. Is my audio breaking up?
Just a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, I got some issues here with my internet. But tomorrow, 3 o'clock Eastern and 12 o'clock Pacific, we will be watching live as Trevor, Astro Backyard. So if you follow him on YouTube, you can see him do the first review ever of the Radian Raptor 61 astrograph. So nobody has the details yet. So all of the details, that will be where they are released. But I'm super excited. But I haven't even seen the video myself yet. And so he's kind of making fun of me. He's like, no pressure, man. You're just putting all the weight here, let me run with it. But it's going to be fun, man. It's super cool, and it's going to serve the imaging community well. So we're really excited about it.
Super. Well, it looks like we have Chuck Lewis, who was on with us earlier today, joining us as well. Chuck gave a great talk on his work on Skylab, and he did big science and little science today. It was a great conversation, and enlightening as someone that was very involved with the success of the Skylab mission, and also inspiring that he gets involved in the amateur world as well. So
I was on our Open Go-To community program earlier today.
Yep.
So look for that on YouTube and our Facebook page.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think it's going to settle down here for us, hopefully pretty soon. And, now that this release is going to be done, and we really want to start pointing people to this content. I think that what you're doing is not only, amplifying the interest and, people's love for the hobby, but you're bringing people. I mean, look at the crew here right now. It's getting everybody in one room, in one place, where the conversation is this accessible. It's just hats off to everybody here. Thank you all for participating. Thank you for what you're doing, because it truly is a tremendous thing, and it's something we very much appreciate at OPT, that you're giving your time, your energy. And Scott, man, I know you're part of the OPT family, so I don't have to say it, but it couldn't be something we appreciate more, man. Thank you. You really are a juggernaut.
Thanks, Dustin. You too, man. Thank you.
Yeah,
Guys,
I want to thank both of you guys too, especially Scott, who apparently doesn't sleep at all.
No, never.
Yeah, I don't get how you get sleep doing these if you're up till 1 or 2.
He does. Scott doesn't sleep. Yeah.
Being an astronomer, right? So we're night owls, a lot of us. So
yeah.
Hey, Dave, that's the reason why that I do this, exactly what you just said. Whenever I take my images and like my Facebook Astronomy Club, I'm giving everybody the chance to share, everybody the chance to look. And for new people, that come in there, I try to tell them when we're taking these images, you're talking about a little postage stamp size image, and you're seeing millions of stars in there, and it just boggles the mind.
Yep.
And you ask yourself, there's no way we could be alone, with all that going on. And we're talking about just a small part of the sky.
Yeah, to me, half the fun of this hobby is just getting people excited about space and looking up and taking and seeing things for themselves and taking their own pictures.
Yeah, I agree.
A lot of people, though, are just not aware because they live in these big cities and all they see is a half a dozen stars and they don't have a clue. So it's up to us. It's up to us to show this to them to where they can get interested in it, or otherwise they're not, So
very true. Very true.
Last year at Halloween, I dragged my telescope out front, and when the kids came by to get candy, they also got a chance to look at some of the planets, and I thought that was really cool.
Oh, that's a great
idea. A lot of the kids
that's a great idea.
Wow, and that really does it for me.
I'm thinking of something like that this year.
Mm-hmm.
This telescope right here behind me was one that I bought from a friend when I was 14, years old. And I went to a school event when I was in school, and we looked at Halley's Comet through it. And I never will forget that day. I must have had 300 people behind this telescope. So, and of course, there's a story behind this telescope about how I came to finding it. And anyway, that's a whole nother topic.
Right. So, does anyone else have anything live to share at this point?
Actually, I'm going to dive out, man. I've got to finish this project, but thank you for letting me pop, say hi.
Thanks for coming in.
You take care of yourself there, Dave. I need to hop on a plane, come see you.
Hey, all of you, you're always here at OPT. Come hang out. We live this conversation. So thank you guys for continuing it and carrying the torch.
I'm actually not that far from you, about 45 minutes.
Well, then there's no excuse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Give me a shout at any time. Love to give you a tour, show you everything going on.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, happy to.
Dustin, you guys take care and tell all the staff at OPT I said hello.
Yeah, well, they still look. You spend a lot of time at OPT. They still consider you part of OPT, man. So you can always tell them yourself too. We'll have you anytime.
Next time I'm in California, I'll definitely stop by. Thanks.
Sounds good. Good to see you all.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
That's what's so great about this. This is all family. It's just all family.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
You know what? One thing that's a blessing about astronomy that I've learned about starting my club. That's got 40,000. I got 44,000 people in there from all over the world.
Oh yeah.
And it doesn't matter what religion, doesn't matter what politics, it doesn't matter. We're all amateur astronomers in the club, and that's what we're interested in. And it brings everybody together. And to me, I had no idea that when I started this club, when I first started it back in 2012, I thought, well, I'm going to have about 200 people in there.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, man, it just went boom. And I had people I got people in there from every continent, from every country, everybody in there. And occasionally I'll get somebody, that gets kind of crazy and we'll have to boot them out of there. You know what I mean? But I don't really have too much of a problem with it, you know? So,
Well, you know, there's a lot of characters in astronomy. I guess I'm one of them. But, you know, for the most part, I would say that amateur astronomers, you know, men, women, you know, adult
family,
you know,
family.
there's this connectiveness that we have, this connective tissue, and this goes way back. You know, you can trace the lineage of some amateur astronomers, like Carlos Fernandez, for example, has kind of this lineage from Percival Lowell. Okay, Percival Lowell taught, I guess it was Slifer how to draw at the eyepiece. Okay, Slifer taught. I think Chick Capon. Chick Capon taught him. Okay, he's so it's, you know, there's very few people that know how to do these technical type of drawings at the eyepiece and in this way. So it's really interesting, and you know, you read writings from Herschel or any of the astronomers and stuff, and you can see kind of the inspiration and the feeling of discovery that they're experiencing, but there's also many unusual stories that are involved in the world of astronomy. So, but
well, there's something, you know, that I have seen when I see kids and they've seen Saturn in a book.
Yeah.
Or at the library. It's a static image in a book, and they can't really grasp it. You get them up to the eyepiece, and they look through a telescope. It's analog. It's right there.
Yeah.
And in all of its glory, and they go, "Oh my God, it is real."
It's real. That's a reality.
It
right?
is. Yeah, that's reality because it's analog. There's no. You don't have to explain it. They know now. They see it. You know? So
yeah, I think especially when we live in this world nowadays where so much time is spent looking at screens and at things that can easily be faked and manipulated, that I actually think people are even more astounded that you can see these things through telescope, because to them the idea of just anything that cool being something that's not this is a foreign concept, especially to a lot of young people. Like, I was out the other night observing, and there were a couple people at this park I was at, and I was like, "You want to see Saturn?" And they were like, "You can see Saturn." And the guy had actually been taking photos of the sky with his DSLR. He'd been trying to do astrophotography, and he was trying to shoot Saturn with this 80 millimeter focal length telephoto lens, and he had no idea that any telescope could show you the rings even for a reasonable price. He was amazed. And, you know, I think that there's this disconnect, I think, between perception and reality of a lot of people, of, you know, how hard this is, how costly it is, or even just the fact what you can do no matter where you are with what equipment, or no matter how simple or cheap the equipment.
some people are amazed that you can just get a small telescope and do this, when back in their minds, when they're reading those, they think that you got to have something at Palomar, you know, or you can just pull something right out of the back of your trunk and, you know, just set it up real quick, and they're going, "Wow, I never knew that you could do that," you know? So.
Yeah. Okay. So, just checking in with the group here. Do we have any more live images coming down?
Yes, and in a few minutes, I have the moon that is huge this night.
Huge. Okay.
Yes, but like accidentally, I reconnected all again, because touching my computer, I turned off accidentally. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you can get it back. How about you?
Yes, you can saw the WhatsApp and say, okay, I'll return in a few minutes. I reconnected all of. And but my experience tonight, I never used the Exus 100 with the computer, and really is yes, it's great. Yes.
Okay.
And in 2 minutes, I need to connect only the camera, and maybe that, no
Okay.
more than 2 minutes to see the moon.
Okay. All right. Elaine?
And I got a really nice image that just came down a while ago. My third image of the night. I'm shooting 30-minute exposure, so
Okay.
within an hour, I've only got 2 images. So this one here, man, the stars are really nice on it. Maybe I can show it to you.
Okay. Go ahead.
Let me go ahead and
Share your screen. Right now is kind of a good time to.
look at those pinpoint stars.
Oh, yeah.
That's a 30-minute exposure.
Beautiful.
The guiding has to be perfect. Yeah.
Single exposure, 30 minutes. Very
Yeah, yeah. But one thing I like to do too, that I'd like to give somebody some advice. Some people like to go real cold on their cameras.
Yeah.
I usually like to keep it about around -5C. I mean, it will go a lot lower, but I don't like to put a lot of stress on my camera. You know, just it's 5C. That's 23 degrees Fahrenheit. That's plenty cold. I mean, it's below freezing. So what I try to do is I try to use my equipment and kind of manage it to where I'm not putting a lot of stress on it. And
there's a lot of things with is that a CMOS camera? It's already a low noise camera, so a lot of times you don't have to go as cold as what it can actually do. I've always heard that it, if you can go down to -20 degrees Celsius, that's about as far as you actually need to go.
Yeah.
And in the wintertime, I can go down with the cooler on the QHY cameras I have. You can sometimes go down to -40 degrees Celsius, but you hit the point of diminishing returns, and it's not really necessary, especially with the low noise cameras that we have today.
But what I'm doing is I am setting my gain to 0, and I'm doing a 30-minute exposure. But the deal is I'm doing 60 frames at 30 minutes each. So what happens is, and I'm also dithering them. So they're getting dithered all over the place. So not only am I losing some noise because I've got it down to -5C, but I'm also losing a lot of noise, because I'm dithering. And then when I do a meridian flip, the sensor gets turned to 180 degrees. So the pattern on the sensor is different. And then when you shoot a bundle of those and you add them to the stack, that's another way of dithering. It kind of smooths the whole thing out. So I don't know if anybody's ever thought about that, but I keep the camera stationary, and then whenever I do a meridian flip, it turns the frame 180 degrees. And Deep Sky Stacker knows that when it goes to measure the stars, it will turn all those other half of those frames. Yeah.
Yep.
Excellent. All right. I think Alain has something to share at this point here. Alain, you got...
First, I need to put the microphone. Then share screen.
Share screen.
And I would say, okay. And that's the screen. Okay. What I'm doing now, the rest of the night, in fact, is a light curve of an asteroid. So the telescope, Hawkins telescope, is here. So you can see it's a big 16-inch ASA with an FLI camera. The mount is a French Nova 120 mount, direct drive. So you just let it go. You don't have to track. There is no auto guider on that telescope. You see the roof is open. You see the brand of the telescope and so on. So it's doing exposures like that 2 minutes, even though there is the moon, but we have enough signal. And what I wanted to show you is this. Let's see. Normally, the asteroid should be close to the center. What am I doing? Okay. The images are slightly defocused. You see the asteroid moving below the center?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the thing. This one is very likely a double asteroid. And so that's why we are following it. So it's a part of a group from Europe. And of course, well, when they stop observing, I still can continue because we have like five hours of difference. And sometimes it's been very important because what happened is that if the asteroid has the bad idea of rotating in a multiple of 24 hours, you observe every night, but you get exactly the same part of the light curve. And you really need other observers in other longitude in order to follow the object. So here it's only the motion in 10 minutes. Really at the end of the night, it has moved a lot more. So we do aperture photometry. And in this case, it's better if the images are slightly blurry because then you average the pixels. So that's what this telescope is going to do now the rest of the night. And at the end of the night, of course, it will close down and close the roof and I'll be in bed.
And you're in bed.
You might be interested in the work I'm doing with exoplanets and also asteroid light curves with the diffuser system. I've done some work over the last couple of years using an instrument called an engineered diffuser that basically spreads the light out like a defocus, except it actually does a much better job of minimizing the scintillation noise. And I'll put a link to the paper in the chat on the Zoom chat, and you can take a look at that if you're interested.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
He's getting millimag precision on his light curves for
planet. That's a very hard level to reach. On average, it's like a hundredth of a magnitude with a CCD. If you do some, basic processing, you can get it no problem. The millimagnitude is like much harder.
Yeah, it's down to like 2 to 3 millimag is what I'm getting results.
Yeah, and that's what you need if you want to do exoplanets. So you see, that's the thing. There's a small galaxy below, but of course a lot of light because of the moon. But well, at least you can do that, even though there is the moon.
Alain, you have discovered asteroids and comets.
Yes.
What does it feel like to discover a comet?
Well, you fly like 1 meter above the ground for a week. The thing is, well, the very first comet was really at Palomar. I was, on the, let me see, maybe I should stop sharing the screen. Yeah. On the Schmidt telescope, the plate is curved like that, okay?
Yeah.
And of course, they were very thin photographic plates. If there is a small grain of sand, it will break the plate. So it was covered by a coat of neoprene. The very old ones that were used, a long time ago on the Palomar Schmidt were worn out, and so we put new neoprene. But we had a lot of problem with static electricity. So when you would remove the plate, there would be a lot of small static electricity that would make like a lot of defects. And I was looking at this and I was like, wow, all these defects. And then there were, look, there is another one on the other side. And I looked and it was a comet. And of course, when you see a comet, you go like, at the time it looked like a trailed object with like some fuzzy part on one side. And so I was like, wow, that's a comet. It must be a known one, And so I called Charlie Cowell, a very famous observer at Caltech. And I told him, I have a comet on this plate. Can you check which one it is? And then he called me back and he said, oh, no, it's a new comet. And I was like, oh, yes. And then I realized, wow, I found a comet.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And so after that, I found another one. That one was like a parabolic orbit, so never came back. The third one I found was when I came back to France. We were working on a 36-inch Schmidt telescope, doing scans of the sky with a CCD, very, very early CCD. It was a 4K, 2000 by 2000 pixels. And there was a night where it has been cloudy and cloudy and cloudy. And I said, okay, 5 o'clock, I'm going to close. I went to close, and then, the sky was nice. And I said, I can use, I can do a scan for half an hour. I made that scan, and I was like tired, wanted to go to bed. And I looked, and that's a comet, and so there was a CCD discovery, but it was also quite exciting. And so right now we're putting a system with 4 RASA telescopes and a very, very nice software called Tycho Tracker. So you can go to tycho-tracker.com. It uses GPU boards. You need a really very, very fast computer. And the software was written by a young guy, but very, very bright guy. When you talk to a computer guy, you very, very quickly understand the guy is like very, very good, okay? Because programming these boards is not very easy. What it does, you make with a CMOS camera, you make very short exposures, and you basically do a shift and add, so the asteroid moves and you add your images like that. The only problem is that when you want to look for new asteroids, you don't know if the asteroid goes this way, that way, this way, which speed, and so on. And so the program does like, 100,000 adds in different direction and find if they are like, stellar objects. And so we're setting up all these things. And so maybe I could, in one future edition, present a little bit all these things. But with the RASA 11-inch, so 28 centimeter, we've detected objects down to about 20.7 magnitude, which is very good. The other game-changing thing, of course, the RASA itself is like a Schmidt telescope, except it uses a flat detector. Very fast. What is very, very nice is also the SVO camera, the 6200, which is 60 megapixel camera. And so with 4 detectors, we put them vertically, okay? We have a band of 13 degrees high, and we scan the sky like that. And so the images, you need a lot of hard disks, okay?
Yeah.
The images are, so each individual image is 120 megabytes. That means one shot with the 4 cameras is 480, almost half a gigabyte per image.
And that's critically sampled. You're critically sampled with your image scale and everything on that big, huge size. That's awesome.
Basically 1.2 arc seconds.
Yeah,
and the
that's
images,
great.
the sharpest images are around two arc seconds or so.
Right. So that's a large field of view.
And so during the night we make quite a lot of gigabytes of images. So right now we have one PC, we're going to buy another one. The whole thing depends on how the flights are going, because of course these are not the things you want to buy in Chile, because the price is like 2.5 the price you have in the United States. So normally the 10th of October we should be able to fly to LA, and then I'll bring all the stuff back. But it's quite impressive, because I was telling you about the discoveries with CCD. At the time it was 4 megapixel, and now the camera will be 240 megapixel. It's a thin CMOS, so very, very sensitive. It reads in like half a second, finish the exposure, bloom. And then if you want to play with the image on the very last screen, you move like that and like this. It's a huge 2.2 by 3.3 arc second degrees on the sky. It's really, to me, it's really a revolution in astrophotography, because it brings things to a level that you could not reach before. With the 36-inch Schmidt with the CCD, when we were getting to about 20th magnitude, we were happy. Now with an 11-inch, you go to 20.7 in about 15 minutes of exposure time. So it's something, well, hopefully if we do that in a month, we'll have already a few discoveries, but we already followed a few, there is a NEOCP, so Nearest Object Confirmation page. Then you can see which objects have been discovered recently, and you can observe them. And Of course, the interest of the method is that if the object moves very fast, if you do 10-second exposure, it doesn't move that much. You can follow it, and you can detect very faint objects which go very fast, because normally that was not the case, because if the object is very fast, it trails, and so it stays only a very short time on each pixel and you don't see it. So we will talk about this maybe in another edition.
Yeah, great.
I have something to show here, Scott. I want to ask anybody if they've ever seen this before. I found this here back in 2015. I was looking at some images of mine, and I was looking at it and I said, "What is that?" So I took a 150 millimeter lens and parked it on Betelgeuse. And let me share my screen here. There is this bell shape around Betelgeuse.
I've heard about this. Mel Bartels has a drawing of it. Actually, he observed it visually. It's this dark dust lane, I think.
Look at that.
Yeah, I think what it is, it's and everybody told me they've never seen it before, so everybody started calling it Pickett's Bell. So that's what I put there on the end of it. But anyway,
Beautiful.
huh? Yeah, that's actually there, and I think what's happened is Betelgeuse over hundreds of thousands of years has been shedding off its layers, and I think that's what this is. I think that's where it's coming. It's kind of like a shock wave that's coming out from the star.
Hmm.
You know, that's what it looks like to me.
I wonder if that's they were talking about possibly some dark dust being around Betelgeuse when it dimmed down, but I think that they finally determined that it was sunspots or something like that, or star spots, as we might characterize them. But you can if this dust is from Betelgeuse itself, then and not just something left over from its formation, then
yeah.
I don't know. What do you think?
Well,
What do you guys think out there with the group? What do you think this is?
I think it's a coincidence. I just looked it up. It's actually a Barnard. They're cataloged as Barnard dark nebulae. At least parts of it are.
Yeah, he's only got parts of it that I've noticed, but he doesn't have the whole object named. So one of the reasons why nobody has ever seen this is because everybody's been imaging Betelgeuse real close up, and they never shot it at a 180-degree field of view or 180 millimeters, and just focused it on there, and it really came out nice. I was really surprised.
Yeah, that's like 5 degrees. The bell is like 5 degrees wide, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's huge.
It's real big.
Really
I
interesting.
remember reading about Pickett's Bell. I didn't realize that was you.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Really?
Cool. Yep.
Yeah, that's me.
Interesting.
It's amazing.
So I think that Cesar has the moon in his scope at this point. Cesar, you want to give a share?
We're gonna enjoy the moon now. Yes. Let me sharing the screen.
I got to do a meridian flip, and I'm going to do it from right here.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Yes, we I try to show you the. I used in Spanish. I used the area of the shadow. We say terminador. I don't know how it is.
Mm-hmm.
Where in the area of the shadow between the light and the dark in the moon, we call this terminador. Now, of course, that is should be the terminador. The area is small. It's the border.
The Terminator.
Well, it's acceptable image of moon tonight.
Yes.
Nice.
Oh, that's nice.
Just nice. This is something
Looks like
that
the
with
seeing
that-
is very good. There's not a whole lot of.
Look at that, guys. It's moving.
Yeah, that looks
Yeah.
good.
It's good. Yes. I'm proud because I disassembled entirely these optics because this is of a customer. He the OTA near to a barbecue, and the optics was entirely full of fat. Was impossible to remove from the mirror, from the plate. I needed 1 week to remove and clear these optics and assembly again and collimate. And well, these are working again. Something that was very bad, it was polar alignment. And the problem is that when you use a program like Carduciel, yes, you need to make a good polar alignment. But I put the telescope in the balcony only at I don't have a polar alignment like the last times, the last nights in the last global star parties. But it's okay. But I need to put in the center of the image. But it's a nice, and the focus is okay.
Nice.
Yes. Something that ever enjoy moon again. After see the incredible pictures of Tom Pickett. Okay, I have only the moon, but
It's not only the moon, it's the moon.
yes, yes.
I have a funny story for you about the moon and Palomar Observatory. Elaine, you'll remember the 60-inch telescope at Palomar. Occasionally, they would have amateur observing night on it. And so you could actually look through this amazing instrument that they have there. And, I've had many beautiful views through that telescope. But they turned the telescope onto the moon. And the San Diego Astronomy Club was there. And I don't know, there was 30 or 40 club members there. And they were all afraid to look at the moon through this telescope. For fear of maybe wiping out their eye or something, because they could see how strong the light was coming through.
I would believe that.
A 60-inch scope. And I told him, I said, get out of my way. I want.
So how bright was it? How long after it would stay in your eye for?
And I will tell you that the view, and we had, Palomar can often get really good seeing conditions. I mean, super seeing conditions. And it must have been close to 1 or 2 arc seconds, maybe closer to 1 arc second that night. And what I saw through the 60-inch telescope of the moon were like these undulating hills and just beautiful, incredible, amazing detail of the moon. It's still burned into my memory,
How long was it literally burned into your eye for? Half an hour?
No one else would look at it. I got all the time I wanted on this telescope to look at the moon. So it was great. And then later they turned the telescope. I can't remember which planetary it was, but this planetary nebula at 60 inches of aperture, you see it's like Technicolor. You can see reds, greens. It's amazing. So yeah.
what was funny when those were with the Reuben H. Fleet Museum in San Diego.
Yeah.
They're coming by bus. And so people were observing there, and I would, I lived 4 years on the mountain. And so I would join, and that night they would not do anything else. So people would go down around midnight. And then I was trying to bribe the night assistant in order to stay and observe some more. So indeed, there were a lot of very beautiful planetary nebulae. And the moon in a big telescope. I mean, the moon is like, metric, 384,000 kilometers away. If you magnify 1,000 times, which is like still cool for a telescope like that, it's like if you were 384 kilometers above the moon. Basically, it's the view you have is the view you would have if you'd be like on a space shuttle.
Yeah, yeah.
You see the terrain.
Incredible. Incredible.
Very impressive thing. I've had the same experience also at the Pic du Midi Observatory.
Oh, yeah.
I also worked there. And at the time, it was the end of photography, the beginning of CCD. They didn't have CCDs on small telescope. Telescope was available. And I remember spending quite a lot of night, flying over the moon like that. And it really is some, those are images which are, still engraved. I mean, indeed, when you see some fantastic thing like this.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So I anytime I see images of the moon, I flash back to moments like that, and it's, incredible. And, again, you think of also eclipses and seeing Bailey's beads and stuff like that. So, our relationship to the moon as astronomers is very special. And, you can never say it's just the moon because it's really amazing.
Of course, you always see different things.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. So, Chuck Lewis, you've been very patient waiting there. You gave this great talk about Skylab, and you had some other comments you wanted to make.
Yeah, and I think they're appropriate. This, of all the star parties I've been associated with in a lurking mode, I think this is special because I'm hearing the kind of excitement tonight that I think is greater than what we've seen in the past, at least for me anyway. So I've got a couple of things to talk about, kind of a follow up to this morning or this afternoon, but also related to the excitement of discovery. And if you could let me share my screen, I'll share that with you.
Sure.
I'll be back in a moment, everyone.
Okay, so can you see my screen, everybody?
Yes, we can. Sure.
Yeah. Okay, so this afternoon we were talking about Skylab, and this is a little bit different. This is Space Lab. It came a little bit later, about 10 years later. It was a short-term space station, I guess you could call it. But what I wanted to share today was a period in the beginning of the 10-day mission. These were short missions using the shuttle and a short laboratory in the payload bay of the shuttle. One of the experiments on that particular mission was a grill spectrometer. It was intended to take a look at some trace elements in the upper atmosphere using IR from the sun as a source, looking at a spectra of a number of trace elements. A lot of this stuff has never been done before. And the interesting thing about all of this, we're talking about the joy of discovery. If you remember years ago, the television program Wide World of Sports, and they started out with the joy of victory and the agony of defeat.
Of defeat, right.
Yeah, the first 2 or 3 days of Space Lab 1, which was STS-9, you could probably characterize as the agony of defeat. We were losing payloads about as fast as we were bringing them on. And I guess that's to be expected in things where you're doing things for the first time. Anyway, this particular experiment was having major difficulty. There were power issues. There were issues with, as I recall, rebooting experiment computers, all the kinds of things that we find that happened to us when we're doing our backyard astronomy.
Sure.
Anyway, the principal investigators, there were I guess half a dozen of them, big bunch from France, and they were coming through the control room down in Houston, I guess 2 or 3 times a day with huge long faces, and I was in that area. I was the science capcom for that mission, so I didn't have much to do other than communicating with the crew. But about 3 days into the mission, Dr. Ackerman, let's see, here's this. I already told you about this. This is an absorption spectra using a mercury cadmium telluride sensor, real spectrometer. So and here's a picture of the guys inside Space Lab, just to give you an idea of what it looks like. I forgot I had that picture in there. All right, so Dr. Ackerman comes in the control room, and he's waving this piece of paper in his hand, and tears are coming down his cheek, and he put that in front of every one of us and got us all to sign it. This was the first spectrum that he had seen from his experiment, and if you to put this in perspective, these were career sensitive kinds of things. In a lot of cases, some of these guys had been told by their colleagues that putting experiment in a NASA spacecraft was the kiss of death. And I'm sure this was in the back of his mind during those first 3 days. But here you are with this is the joy of discovery and the joy of victory after a pretty dark period. But it does follow on the excitement that I heard from Elaine about discovering a comet and a lot of the rest of you. And it's an example of how even big science can inspire you, and that it takes a lot of people, some of whom you see signing this thing on the bottom. Here's another picture. This is N2O, I believe. Again, it's absorption at the sunset. The first time anybody had gotten any spectra of those kinds of trace elements. And that was it. I just wanted to share that with you because it was appropriate for what we were doing tonight.
It's awesome. That's great. Beautiful.
So I'm gonna stop sharing that and have it back.
All right, sounds good. So how about you, Richard Grace? What's going on out there?
What's happening? It is still raining, but I do have a couple of images to show from the last week's star party that never happened.
Okay.
Let me share some screen here.
That's the cool thing about imaging is you can keep those images and share them later.
So are we on a triangulum picture?
That's a beautiful image of triangulum. Yeah.
Right on. I didn't get the wispy outer lanes, and I had a problem last weekend. It was a great weekend for imaging, but my dew shield was on a little crooked, and I didn't check it all weekend, or Monday or Tuesday. But we managed to pull out quite a lot of these nebulous regions. And that's one reason I love the Triangulum galaxy, unlike Andromeda, which is so bright. And this just gives a little something different. And it's still close enough that, guys with wider field instruments can get a good portion of it in their field. So let's see. That was the first one. And this was all done on the Comet Hunter, which I got guiding for the first time last weekend. So we went from 2-minute unguided exposures for the first 10 months of my astrophotography career, straight to 5-minute exposures. And that way I only had to do one set of darks for the whole couple of days. Let me pull this up here. Where is it? That's not it. Here we go. And this was also shot with the Comet Hunter.
Oh, wow.
And that is Uranus. And
That's what I thought that was.
those are two of the moons for sure.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure one's up here, but it might be diffraction-y. I'm not sure. When I was watching the video for hours on end, you could see more than two of the moons, and I was pretty blown away. This was treated more like a deep sky object. This was like a 30 or 40 second exposure at f4.8. So, but at the same time, 730 millimeters of focal length. That's within the reaches of almost anyone, and I didn't realize that. So this was kind of almost like seeing Jupiter's moons for the first time for me. You know what I mean? I was pretty floored by that. Let's see, and back here. And I swung and a missed the horse head last year. Couldn't even find it in the screen. I was doing all sorts of things wrong. But at 5 minutes in, I am very happy. I love the Flame Nebula more than the horse head personally. I'm going to go back soon, and I'm going to shoot the Flame as the main target. I love how you can get some of the blue to come out in the background of it. I mean, it's just an amazing target. And I mean, everybody else has been talking, of course, you know, the community, awesome. You know, any way anybody can fit in, help out, answer questions, you know, liking, sharing, subscribing, all the stuff, you know what I mean? It just helps. The more you participate, the more you learn, no matter where it is that you're from. Also, I wanted to say that I am 100 feet from an LED street lamp.
Really?
I am in a city. Okay. So
Well,
to
that's not
anybody
too
who
bad,
thinks
then.
you can't do it from a city, I beg to differ. That's about all I got to say. If you live in a city, you think you can't do it, try it. You can do it. Might have to pay a couple extra dollars for some filters here or there, but it definitely works out just fine.
Are you using an L Pro?
That is an L Pro.
I nailed it, didn't I? I knew exactly what it was.
Well, I shot for the L Pro because of Triangulum, and then I just ran the L Pro for the rest of the weekend on everything, including the Uranus shot. It was all on the same thing. I tried to get as much as I could through Tuesday night, and it's been cloudy since. So, you know, that's
right. Yeah.
Hopefully the clear skies come back after the moon goes away. Haha.
Yeah, try the L Pro with the moon out. It will actually darken. It actually works.
Oh yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Was that color or mono?
It's all color. It's
Yeah,
all with the 183. I'm oversampling. I know that's not proper, but it's also is the cheapest astrophotography camera that's cooled that you could get your hands on, and I use it with every scope that I put it on anyway. So, you know, hopefully going to be getting a hold of one of the ZWO 2600s with an APS-C sensor that will pretty much pair up perfectly with the Comet Hunter, and some other future scopes that I'm hopefully going to be getting a hold of sometime in the coming year or so. I'm also planning on moving. So I'm moving from the city to Bortle 4 in the spring, and it's going to be awesome. And we're going to get a good streaming setup up there, and it's going to be a lot nicer than it is here, but I'm looking forward to it, and I'm going to be with y'all as long as I can and hang out. Hopefully I got something for you next week. Hopefully the clouds go away.
That's great. That's great. Hopefully you're moving to where the less cloudy skies too. So
I'm still going to be East Coast. We're moving close to Gettysburg. If I mean, as far as a famous location, we're going to be moving close to there, and in a pretty secluded area. It's where everybody I know is at pretty much. So we're looking forward to it.
Yeah, Gettysburg is beautiful. I've been out there. Great.
Yeah, it's a nice place.
Dave, do you got anything for your scope at this point?
I have a dot. I tried pointing at Mars.
Dots.
My system's really not set up for planetary imaging. I can share the dot.
Yeah,
But
look at the
it really is just a dot. Let's see if I can share my screen.
Yeah. Jerry looks at dots all the time.
That's right.
Yep.
Yep. Dots can have a lot of information in them.
That's right.
And there it is. That's supposed to be Mars. And I turn the gain down to 0 and the
Oh, there it is. Right.
Of a second.
That is a yellowish looking dot.
Why is it yellow?
Maybe slightly red.
What's your exposure time?
1,000th of a second. That's the shortest.
Yeah, that's
Huh.
Yeah,
Is this through a filter?
you're probably properly exposing it. That's probably. It looks kind of reddish.
I also played with the histogram, trying to get detail to show up, but it's not showing up. So if I reset it.
No, you don't have the pixel resolution to show anything really.
Yeah. But that's what.
So you might be able to tease out the polar cap if you were to stack it. Maybe if you had a bunch of them. I don't know. It depends.
Yeah, the ASI Air can't do the stack. I tried live stacking on this, and it just doesn't find enough data to stack.
No, you'd have to use Registax or
Yeah.
AstroStacker to try to do it. But then it could be very tiny. I mean, it'd be very small.
Yeah, there is a new version of the software coming out that'll let you do video capture with this application. So that'll be better suited for planetary. But that's all I've got right now.
I've actually done lunar with astro cameras, with single frame astro cameras, like 500 frames. And the key thing that you get with an astro camera that you don't get with a video is you get a higher dynamic range, which really will pull out a lot of subtle details when you stack. It takes, like, I would do like 30 minutes worth of imaging on the moon to get 500 frames because the download rate was so slow, or 1,000 frames, and then stack it, or using Registax, and then it would pull out a lot of good detail because of the dynamic range that you don't get normally with a video. That's something that I've done a few times, and it seems to work out pretty well. Kind of a pain because instead of a 30-second video, you got to wait a half an hour for all your images.
Oops, what am I doing here? Okay. So yeah, that's all I had, Scott, right now. And actually, I need to probably run outside and make sure that my scope isn't going to tip over.
Okay. Good idea.
Well, we have seen M33. Would y'all like to see M31?
Sure, we would. Sure.
Let me share my screen here. This is M31 at 200 millimeters, shot with a Canon 200 millimeter f2.8. Not too bad. And then
very nice.
Yeah, let me see if I got the other one here.
It's a really wide field. That's like 8 degrees, isn't it?
Yeah. And then I got another one here. This thing kind of keeps me from, oh, not that way. There's one at 300 millimeters. That is, I shot this with a
image.
Huh?
That's a very nice image. I love it.
I shot that with a Canon 300 millimeter f2.8. I shot it at f4, and it's not the white lens. It's the one that they made back in 1974 that when they first came out with their first fluorite.
Oh, wow.
It's black anodized aluminum.
Very expensive. An expensive lens.
Actually, I had 2 lenses side by side when I shot this. I had two cameras running and two lenses running at the same time so I could get data.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I can find the.
How long was the exposure?
5 minutes each. I'll have to go over here and look. Here's the.
What was the total time?
Here's the description on it. There's the information on it. The total time is 15 hours and 48 minutes. 5 minutes at ISO 400 with my dual 300 millimeter setup. I got it set at f4. And then this other one, I did the same thing, but I was using that L Pro because I had the moon out that night.
Mm-hmm.
And what I did is I just combined them together. Same lens. That's the information right there. And one thing that I've noticed about a CMOS chip that's got a bare matrix over it, darks and bias frames don't do you any good. And what I have found that actually takes away the noise is dithering. Because when you go to stretch your field, you've got all these green, yellow, purple dots all over the place.
Yeah.
And if you take every single image and you move them up, down, back, and forth, what happens is instead of the image staying stationary, you got a blue on top of a blue on top of blue. You got a blue on top of yellow on top of a red on top of a green, and it cancels it out. It cancels that color noise out, and you'll end up with a gray background. But you also have to get a lot of frames. If you notice here, that's 125 frames, and this is 103. So
right.
So it's the combination of doing the dithering and getting a lot of photos. And what I have noticed, you actually have to have that color model in there because that color model is actually creating the color that's in the image. The problem with it is trying to balance it out. And what happens is when you use darks, the darks will subtract some of that color model out of there. In other words, it's not only getting rid of the noise that you want to get rid of, but it's also taking part of your image away.
Right.
I don't know if you guys understand that or not, but I've worked with color CMOSs for about 4 years. And
it'd be interesting to talk to Gary Palmer about that.
Yeah, I got to a point to where I just stopped using darks and bias and just started dithering.
I think a lot of people are doing away with doing darks and biases with CMOS cameras because they're so low noise.
Now the CMOS, the mono cameras, they're a completely different animal than the one that's got the bare matrix over it. You have to use darks on the mono cameras because the mono cameras doesn't produce the color model because there's no bare matrix over it. It's acting just like a CCD would. So when you go to put that bare matrix over there, that creates the color model, and you need the color model to create the color in the image. But at the same time, you're creating color noise, and the only way to get rid of the color noise is, like I said, dithering. It moves the frames around to where. Because see, the color noise on the sensor is in the same place every single time. It doesn't move. It's there. So when you're dithering, you're moving it around, so you get the colors overlapping one another. And then it's sort of like when you add red, green, and blue, you end up with gray, right? When you have even numbers. So that's basically what you're doing. And then of course on top of I'm keeping my camera angle, the same whenever I do a meridian flip, so it turns the chip 180 degrees, and then I'm dithering that too. So it's just a process of cleaning, and that's the results that you get right there in that image.
Yeah. Great.
But it took a long time for me to figure that out, though.
Oh, sure.
It took a lot of hard work,
Yeah.
It took years to figure how to use a CMOS camera. This is the camera right here.
Hey, Tom, I got a question for you. What is the most difficult image you've made? I mean, if there's one.
Most difficult?
Most difficult, the most, or the longest, the greatest effort that you've had to put into an image?
Right now that I'm using a mono camera, that takes a lot of effort. But I have to get out of digital and go into the old color images, where you got to look through one of these, the hand paddle in your hand, and you were making the corrections manually on film.
Right.
and it was 15 degrees.
Yes.
It was 15 degrees Fahrenheit, and you're looking through this thing, right, with the reticle on it, and your breeze is bouncing off the lens right into your eyeball. And then sometimes you thought your eyeball was going to get froze to the eyepiece,
Yes. That's the way it was.
Those are the hardest days, and I don't want to go back, believe me.
That's doing real astronomy, right?
Yeah, this is a dinosaur.
Yeah. I have one of those too. I got one right here in my somewhere. I have one.
Look at it up.
I have one. I use it too. I use it for drift aligning. Yep. So.
And it also comes with the Barlow, because you got to put a Barlow on it so you can zoom the star in that you're going to guide on.
Right.
So this is a 3X Barlow.
Yep.
It screws on the end of it. So.
Yeah. That was made by Vixen.
Yes. I think that thing was about $400 at the time. Back then, it was expensive.
I remember that.
Yeah.
I do remember that. Yeah. Right.
But this is the camera that I was using for all those images. I actually got two of these, and just like a friend of mine was saying, the live view is real easy to get focused with the live view on one of these cameras.
Sure.
But this is one of the lenses.
Mm-hmm.
That lens is made back in the 70s.
Oh, I see.
And man, they really knew how to make lenses back then.
Oh yeah.
They really put a lot of. There wasn't no plastic in them.
Okay. So does anyone else have anything to share here?
Still dry and cold on Mars here. It's just I'm trying to stay warm, but you know how it is.
You should wear more than just like a short sleeve shirt when you're on Mars,
Yeah. Well, this is a window behind me. I'm inside actually. It's not quite as cold as it is out there, but it's still cold.
Well, you got Chuck Lewis. He's out in the he's in the vacuum of space out there. So right. That's right. And so
we should wave at each other, Jerry.
That's right. Can you see me?
Over the miles and miles of space.
Right. I failed to mention during this program that we do have prize partners that are involved in the the Global Star Party. There is a Gary Palmer's company where he teaches people how to do image processing and stuff. He'll also help you with your gear or whatever that you want. Gary does a lot of product reviews, and he works with a lot of manufacturers on testing their products and stuff like that. So just really one of these super users that's out there. And you can ask him about almost any brand, any type of telescope. He's had some experience with it. So, just a great independent type of tech support guy. His website is called astrocourses.co.uk. And I'll put that down here, Astrocourses. And so he is actually, some of the door prizes are free, an hour tutorial with him. So, so really great. And another prize partner is a company called the Vacuum of Space, where they have astro gifts that they offer. And so there's, you can get one of the prizes is a custom T-shirt with your name on it if you want it. So, so there's really cool designs and stuff that they do. But I think that we're kind of towards the end of our program.
I wanted to say something to Chuck. It's great to meet you and talk to you, Chuck, because back in the early 70s when I was an early teenager, I used to write NASA to get photographs. Remember the things they used to send out? Pictures of, and Skylab pictures, I have a few of those that I got. They used to put out that had the information on the back about Skylab image and everything. And I used to write and get all these images from NASA.
And sometimes you could get the crew to autograph them for you.
Yeah, I didn't know that at the time, but back then you had to mail for everything, any kind of information. I used to mail the U.S. Geological Survey for Landsat images and other things like that back in the 70s. But that was kind of cool. I just remember the Skylab images I got from NASA at that time.
That's terrific. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Before we go, I wanted to show you guys that dual imaging system. I found the picture of it.
All right.
And you guys will see. Now, this is the setup that I used to shoot the large Andromeda that you just seen. Where's the thing here at? This rolling. Oh, there it is. Trying to figure out where I'm at here. There it is, right there.
What?
Those are two 300 millimeter f2.8 lenses made back in the 1970s. They're fluorite lenses.
Fluorite lenses. Okay.
So double the data in the same amount of actual time.
Exactly. And it wasn't. I still have my. I still had those lenses. That night when I was shooting, Jupiter, I had my William optoscope on it, but I don't have this mount anymore. This mount got stolen with it, and everything that you see there with it, except for the lenses, thank God.
Right.
But that's my rig. That's what I use to set up to shoot it with.
Excellent.
And I didn't shoot it at 2.8. It's an f4. That way I can get really good tight stars,
Was that the sweet spot for that lens? Was f4? Yeah.
Yeah. And it was a sweet, and that time at ISO 400 was the sweet spot for those cameras too. Yeah, it's just two DSLRs. And I got them lined up And pretty simple.
Awesome. So before we go, Tom, how do people join the Facebook Astronomy Club? You just
go over there. Just go over there, and actually, if you want to, you guys can text me, and I can let you come in there.
Okay.
Yep.
Great. Okay. Anything else, gentlemen? Are we? Sounds like that's it, huh?
Heck of a party, Scott, as always.
Well, thank you very much, guys.
A great evening.
Hey, Scott, I really
Yes.
appreciate you inviting me on here. I wasn't expecting that, and
it's
I really enjoyed this talk because it really helps for us to all get together and it's not so much that it's just we're learning from each other too. You know what I mean? I mean, we're sharing our ideas and things, and that's what it's all about, is sharing.
Yeah, it was really cool to see what everybody is up to, and
Yeah.
I don't know a lot of the people here, I'll admit, but it was really neat seeing.
Yeah, it was
what
nice
everybody's working on.
to hear your comments, though, Zane. You are.
Thank you.
Tell us a little bit more about yourself before we go.
Okay. So, I've been in astronomy for 5 years, since I was like 12, and I build Dobs. For the most part, that's mostly what I do. I do a lot of astronomy outreach, and I do have a little PowerPoint here. I have some stuff, but
Okay. Well, you should share.
see, I've had way too many commercial scopes. I've also built a lot of scopes, and I do a lot of outreach. Here's just some photos here.
Sure.
I have this 13-inch Coulter Dob that I keep around.
Oh
That's
my God,
really
I've seen millions of those.
they're great with kids because they're basically indestructible. I have a 14.7-inch that I made that weighs a third as much and takes up a quarter of the space. But kids love the Coulter, and they can run straight into it at full speed and not tip it over.
That's right.
The focuser's
And you
plumbing
get really
parts.
good images out of it too.
So, yeah, it actually works really well. It's just the tube, there's no ventilation behind the mirror, and the tube has current, so it can take a while to cool. And that ETX there, that's actually at my uncle's wedding. I flew with that thing in my school backpack, and I had crammed clothes all around it, and I brought it to the wedding reception and set it up on a little glass table. I got swarmed once while I was just observing by a bunch of college students who were there for an astronomy course. I've set up STEM stuff. I've been doing sidewalk astronomy. I live in Stamford, Connecticut. I've been doing sidewalk astronomy downtown. That's where these photos with the Coulter are from. I built
Coulter used to make a blue one too. That was a 16.
Yeah, those are even more terrifying to move around now.
Yeah.
And I don't think they look as cool.
They're a beast.
I ground a 6-inch mirror and made a Dob out of it, and
good.
it got in Time magazine once. And I still have the mirror. It's in a drawer. I thought it was too small, and I haven't really done anything with it, and I can't figure out a way to build it into a scope that I would actually use, because I actually have a 5-inch Explore Scientific APO and a C925 and some other stuff. I built a 16-inch Dob. I tried to make the mirror. That didn't go so well. It underwent a few modifications, and I scrapped it. I built a couple of other scopes. These are all 6-inch f8 Dobs. This one on the bottom left never actually got finished. This 10-inch I got rid of. The two on the right are in the hands of people now that I made them with. I built a 20-incher, 20 and a half actually. Cat, stop it. My cat has decided now it's just time to annoy me right as I'm actually talking. I got the mirror for free, and it actually had a really bad figure. I didn't know that, so it didn't work well at anything over about 150 power. But I spray silvered it with chemicals, and I threw it into a Dob, and it was fun on really faint stuff. You could actually go down to 18th magnitude from my yard, which was pretty good. And I measured that on small globular clusters and how faint the stars on the outer edges I could resolve. I built a 12-inch. I tried to sell custom scopes at NEAF. Didn't go very well. Wasn't very good at it. This bottom right was a prototype for a production version on a CNC that I had a guy do. I got rid of that. And this is some stuff. I did a presentation at a club I'm in on F3 telescopes and how coma correctors and 100-degree eyepieces really enable them. I'm a bit tired, so I can't go over how it works. But I built a 10-inch F3 with a mirror made by a guy from Australia.
Holy smoke!
I love that.
It would have been a fun astrograph. I scrapped it though. I didn't like it on the gem. It was really unmanageable. What? It gave some really nice views though. And what I really wanted to do was build a large-ish F3 Dob, and so that's what I did. Also, this is just a photo through the 10-inch with an iPhone through the eyepiece. So there's a kind of a myth that fast scopes are just these light buckets that are only good for imaging applications or for wide field low power viewing. And I went ahead and split a 0.5 arc second double with that 10-inch. So I think it was pretty good. It was pain to get collimated, but I figured that out with the 14. I built the 14. If you notice, this first version was actually built from leftovers from the 12. That's why parts look kind of familiar. I actually just shoved a bigger mirror in the same housing. Here's a field of view comparison. So here's a C14 with a reducer, about the maximum field you're going to get. Then there's your average 14.5-inch Dob, and then the 14.7 I made gets about 1.7 degrees at low
chain, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Markarian's chain.
Yeah.
And so you get a really wide field, which is really great for visual. And I didn't like the original version of the 14, so I went and rebuilt it. I used a drum shell for the upper tube assembly. I made my own upper truss brackets, and I did some other stuff. And it has these really huge bearings to help with balance and center of gravity stuff. And
that eyepiece is bigger than the scope.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. But that's why it has the large bearings, so the center of mass doesn't shift too much between eyepieces, and so I could keep the mirror box.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Compact. And here it is with your average 6 foot tall person. That's one of my friends. Pointed really low at the moon, so it is really designed for use while seated. I actually have an equatorial platform coming for it that's going to raise the height up and give it tracking, which is pretty awesome. I changed out these edge supports to rollers, which helped with astigmatism. I made a shroud for it that I sewed myself. I changed the focuser out for moonlight, and you couldn't fit both knobs because the thing's so compact. I have wiring for the dew controller. I added light baffles. There's going to be integrated power and cooling on the next version, and it's going to be on an EQ platform. And it still only is going to weigh about 50 pounds for all of that, which is really great. Good. And the newest version actually has magnets. I put magnets on the upper tube assembly so that it will latch onto the lower tube assembly, and you can carry the whole thing in one piece, and you don't have to worry about the upper tube assembly sliding off or scratching anything. And I have to tilt it to get it in my car because my trunk has a kind of an angle on the back of it. And so it doesn't slide off when I do that. They were just these cheap magnets I got off Amazon. I don't know why more people don't put these on their scope, because it's really great with a truss Dob. And there's going to be more cooling. I have an equatorial platform that I bought so it can track. And I've seen Galileo Regio on Ganymede. I'm not an imager. I'm a visual guy. I've seen Galileo Regio on Ganymede, which is this brown spot in the northern hemisphere. I can see the Encke division in Saturn's rings. I've actually seen the Heart and Soul Nebulae visually from a Bortle 3 site with an H-beta filter, which is really hard to do. I've seen two.
Yeah, that's much fainter than the Veil.
Oh yeah, Veil looks amazing. You could see the full 5 degrees of it, Pickering's triangle, all of it. It's ridiculous. It looks like the picture is just desaturated to color. M57 is like bright blue. Globulars start to get colors, and this is still only a 14-inch scope. I've seen G1 and G2 in Andromeda. G1 looks kind of fuzzy. G2 barely visible. And individual H2 regions in the brighter spiral galaxies, which is pretty cool. And M51 actually looks kind of blue, which I thought was interesting. Some color and globulars, especially M4. And I've seen the North America at Pelican Nebulae, and the Pac-Man, and the Butterfly. Basically, name an H2 region or a dark nebula. I've probably seen it with this scope. I've had it out for close to 100 nights this year, just this telescope, trying to even when it's not great conditions, I just try to use it as much as possible, because the more you're out there with your gear, the better, the faster you get setting it up and collimating it, and the more things you learn. So this thing's still kind of in development. I make a change almost every time I use it, because there's always some new idea I come up with or some issue I find, and I keep modifying it. Like the other day, I found out I was aligning my secondary incorrectly, and that I really needed a contrast booster filter, which I actually use an old FLD from a camera. And I pointed at Mars for the first time, and I was blown away. It was doing almost as well as my 5-inch APO.
Wow.
And
that's great.
Yeah. And I'm working on a 24-inch.
I really am.
And so the 24 is kind of a funny story, because I didn't really ever think I was going to build a 24. I drive a Ford C-Max, which is not a big car. You know, I'm a bit of a ways from saving up for a minivan or anything, and it gets less good mileage. So I was thinking I was going to do a 20 or 22 to fit in the car, and because, you know, even a 20 is a good 20-inch now with a random bad mirror that I got for free, was going to be a real undertaking, especially if I wanted to be at F3. So I thought that was the most I was going to do. And I got a call from Steve Dodds from Nova Optical. He's the guy who made my 14-inch mirror. Forgot to mention the 14 is 3/4-inch thick fused quartz. So the mirror is only about 8 pounds, and it cools in about 20 minutes, even when the temperature is freezing with no fans, which is pretty cool. So he called me and he told me he had this 24-inch f3.5 mirror that had a 1x3-inch chip come off it. And he said, would I take it for $500 shipped? And I said yes. And then I realized, oh my God, I'm building a 24-incher. How am I going to fit this in the car? So there are a lot of weird design quirks that I've done, such as the bearings actually have a cutoff. They have the top 15 degrees cut off, so you can't actually point this thing within 15 degrees of the horizon, which was a concession I had to make, because if I gave it that extra 15 degrees, yeah, sure, I'd be able to catch the planets a little earlier and look at stuff really low to the south. But I'd also be adding about 3 inches of height to those bearings, and that would be the difference between them fitting in the car easily or not. It has to go up Harbor Freight loading ramps. And I don't have a good picture of it, but I actually welded the entire steel tailgate. The only woodworking I've ever done is for telescopes. I've made a coffee table and a nightstand, but that was after telescopes. I'd never done metalworking or working with steel, welding, drilling, tapping, machining, any of that. So the mirror cell is welded. Steel bars and drilled and tapped. I actually, for the collimation bolts, I just welded on T-nuts because they had more thread travel. And there's a cable sling, and I've worked with a lot of different people for help on designing and fabricating it. And I actually had to throw out most of the rocker box because I cut the curves wrong. But I'm still working on it. But the idea is it's got to fit in the hatchback. It's got to be able to be set up by one person, because I observe by myself, and I drive typically about an hour and a half to my dark sky location up in Litchfield, Connecticut, a couple times a week. And I wanted it also so I could sit in my observing chair and not need a ladder. So my observing chair brings me up by about 2 or 3 inches above standing height. So it's like being 6'4" or 6'5". I'm 6'1". And believe it or not, unless you're pointing straight up at the zenith, a 24-inch f3.5 is short enough that if you're equivalent to being 6'3", 6'4", you basically don't need a ladder ever, which is pretty awesome. Because, you know, when you're standing on top of a ladder, you know, you feel the breeze, you get colder quicker. And also, you know, I found that when you're standing to observe, especially on a ladder, you're subconsciously always devoted to devoting part of your brain to just standing up and balance, especially when you're looking through an eyepiece and it throws your brain off because it has no frame of reference anymore. Some people I've seen actually get like legs that are like jello if they stand on a ladder looking through a scope too long. So I really wanted to avoid that, and that's part of why I went with a 3.5. Well, that, and you know, that was the mirror I happened to get. I would have done an F4 if I got an F4, but I wouldn't have been as happy. And I'm hoping I can have this done by the end of the year. I don't know, mostly because I keep working on the 14-inch and because I'm working on college applications and things, but
wow,
really exciting project.
And over how many years did you build these scopes?
So So the 6-inch, I ground the mirror for this in 2017. It took, I made the whole mirror from start to finish in about 3 weeks. I was bored. The 16-inch I made in about 3 months. A lot of that was working on the mirror, which I ended up doing a really bad job. I basically forgot astigmatism exists. And I made a good mirror, just one with lots of astigmatism. And then I built a structure, and the structure was really bad and basically on the verge of falling apart. The spider, I had no understanding of mechanical tension, so the spider there, the secondary was just hanging on it basically, so it would move back and forth based on altitude. It also wasn't centered, and there were a lot of issues with that. And then these 6-inchers I built in 2018, all three of those. This one on the bottom left I built recently, and then I got rid of. The 10-inch I built in 2018. A friend wanted a 10, and I built him the 10. He was like, "This thing is terrible." It was. They had a nice Coulter mirror in it though. I built the 20-inch in late 2018. It was pretty quick, also pretty bad. The mirror cell, especially that I made for it, was really, really bad. But the mirror was already so bad that my bad edge supports basically didn't matter. They might have actually canceled out some of the astigmatism that was in this mirror.
One of the good things I see that you're doing is you're using a tail rad.
Yes, all hail the tail rad.
Yeah,
The
no
Fragile
way.
Quick Finder is better on the 14. The 12 I built last spring in like a month.
Great telescopes, and he's working through the problems of making a telescope.
Yeah.
Well, you've got to
last fall.
You've got to fall down and.
Well, look, he's not.
You'll scrape the dust off and get back up and keep going. You know what I mean?
I want to be 17 years old again.
Yeah. The thing that I'm planning on studying probably communications, because I really enjoy like writing and bringing this stuff to the public. But I'm a bit of an amateur engineer, and I think the thing a lot of telescope makers like to do is they sit and they go and they spend years working on a perfect design purely on paper, and then they go build it, and then often it's not as perfect as they want it anyway. And to me, I don't even make plans. I just build, which is which can be a problem. But you learn something, and the great thing is that at the end of the day, as long as the optics are acceptable, which they weren't in a lot of these early ones, but ultimately this stuff is just plywood. And you can reuse most of the expensive parts over and over. So if you don't like what you've built, it's pretty easy to just completely throw it out and start over, which is what I've done. And
Zane, it's shade tree engineering, and engineers need to be able to do that.
Mm-hmm. And I found that the best ways to learn are not to read all day and whatnot, but to go out and look at other people's projects and to just try random different ideas. Like I was looking at doing a 16-inch f3, and I was thinking about doing a string telescope where you actually make the trusses so thin they're incapable of supporting themselves, and then you have basically what's the word? You have like these little tiny steel and fat thread wires that actually brace it. And I changed my mind on that, but there have been a lot of ideas I pursued that ultimately went nowhere. Like, what's a good one? This really tall drum shell. I thought it would help better with light baffling. It really didn't. I found that it was equally effective to just get rid of all that and just have this little piece of Kydex that pokes out. And I found also that, these with the really fast mirrors, you got to be really good at supporting them, not just with flotation points, but on the edges, because when the depth of the curve is a third of the thickness of the mirror, it'll do weird things. And collimating these scopes is still something I'm learning, but I can do it pretty fast now that I have gotten used to it. I can collimate this thing. It's f2.9. I can get it pretty close in about a minute. I can get it dead on a star in about 3 minutes. I've timed it. And stuff like the magnets. And now I'm going to put this on a platform, and I have no idea. I've never actually used an equatorial platform. I might really hate it. I don't know. I actually went and bought one because I felt too intimidated by making it. but to me, it's just a process. And I think it's also, I really like being able to say to people that I made this, but also that I had no idea what I was doing, because truth be told, I still don't. No one in my family is a woodworker. No one in my family even knows how to use power tools. I've learned most of this stuff online. I get the occasional help in person with a little thing here or there, but for the most part, it really is just me doing this. And I hope that it's inspiring, because if somebody with a shop full of 50-year-old tools that that don't really work and no woodworking knowledge besides, having made a coffee table once that turned out okay, can make a bunch of big telescopes that, everybody really likes the views through, at least. I think that says a lot for, adults making telescopes, or just, any sort of DIY project. And I think also the thing is that there's always still these new frontiers to be discovered in amateur astronomy, with equipment, with doing stuff yourself, with observing, with imaging. I'd actually like to show you, one of my friends was really inspired by my 10-inch f3, and I had another friend make the mirror for the 10-inch f3, and he went and made this 6-inch f2.9 astrograph. He ground the mirror himself. He's 18. And I have a better image of the bubble nebula that he sent me, but these are, this veil image here is a 60-second sub during a full moon, with no processing, if I recall correctly. And he's still working on the mirror cell and getting it to, he had to swap it out for a better one to hold collimation, because with imaging, visual, if I lose collimation when I move the scope, I can just tweak it real fast. I don't anymore with the 14.
Hey, Zane.
Yeah.
Zane, we don't see that photograph you were showing it to us.
Oh, whoops. I have no idea why that would be. Wait, did I turn off screen sharing? Oh.
No, we still see your presentation.
Oh, let me see. There we go. There it is. Sorry about that. So this is a veil. I know it looks terrible because he's just holding his phone up to the monitor, and the scope was not very well collimated. But this is a 60-second sub with an ASI 1600 through, I believe, an H beta filter.
Is that a comet right there?
No, that's the veil.
No, I mean up in the top. Up in the top there.
I think that's just glare off. Yeah, that's glare of a light off his monitor. He goes to.
Oh, okay.
He goes to a college
almost
where
looks like
there's
a comet, doesn't it?
a lot of light pollution. This is where he has to image. So, and this is Andromeda. Again, this is like holding phone up to monitor here, but this is again it says 120. I believe this was either a 60 or 90-second sub. And I mean, I know it doesn't look the greatest because it's a screen cap, but the amount of detail that you're getting in one exposure here is ridiculous. He actually works on the Assassin supernova hunting project, and he's also one of the developers for the free astrophotography tool Mina. And he wants to be able to capture supernova, go and hunt for supernovae with this, and for comets.
And you said this guy's 18 years old?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. He's working on a bunch of upgrades to the scope, and he's going to get a new QHY cam that has some sort of crop sensor capability. He's explained it to me. It's like having two cams in one. It's going to come out next month. He thinks he can get down to, his goal is that he can get down to about 20th or 21st magnitude in 2 or 3 hours. And he wants to be able to pick up pretty much any supernova that's brighter than that, and hopefully discover some. He's actually discovered at least one supernova, and he's confirmed, like, independently 3 or 4 with just his little refractor that he has. But I feel I got him. I'll admit I really pushed him on this project. He almost quit working on the mirror at one point, and I was like, oh, look at what I'm doing with the F3, even with just for visual. And I helped push him through this project, and I mean, he's really happy with the results, and I feel really glad that I inspired somebody to do that. And
I'm inspired that a young man at your age is doing this.
Yeah.
You know?
Thank you. People. You know, I say, yeah, I built a telescope once. I mean, you have been through many of refining something, so it's really impressive.
Yeah, it's been a lot of challenges. I really, there have been times where I have wondered why I do all this, and then I've set up the 14, and I've I pointed at my favorite thing with the 14-inch is the double cluster, because my scope has a curved spider, so there's no diffraction spikes, and then I'm like, wow, this is like looking through a big APO, but the stars have more color because I got way more light gathering. Or I pointed at the veil and I could see all of the veil in Pickering's triangle, and it's not this super cramped field. Or I take the Coulter 13 out and do some sidewalk astronomy. Sure. And then I'm like, yeah, that's why I spend all my time and money on this instead of, like a car.
Right. Well, Cesar is telling me he's got Mars in his telescope, so I think he wants to share that.
Yes.
Thank you guys.
Well,
thank you, Zane. Thank you.
Amazing pictures of Zane. Excellent.
Yes.
He's very young. He's like my son, maybe. How many years have?
Cesar is also a telescope maker and is really an expert at making telescope optics. So.
Oh, wow. You done some pretty exotic optical designs, I take it? Or just...
Yes.
Like,
I'll share pictures next
okay.
week of a size telescope from 1910 that I am disassembling in my laboratory, and it's an achromatic refractor from near to 110 years old.
Oh wow, the oldest working scope
Every
I've
time
had
I work in repairing telescope. Yes.
Oh yeah, I love that too. I've restored a lot of like vintage scopes. I love looking at the machinery of the older stuff. It's just so amazing what they did, especially when you read about the kind of compromises they had to make when they were building these things, just because they were limited by the tech of their time. And it's a great way to learn too about how to design at least even the philosophy of how to design a working modern system. And I've also owned a lot of modern inertial scopes, and I actually write reviews of them for a big website, which is how I pay for all this.
Yeah, excellent, amazing. You make a great work, really, because you're really young. Well, I have here Mars. Now I have a less wind, and we can show you. I can show you. Sorry, let me. We can show screen, share. Well, here. We can center in the field. I'm using the same camera that have, I forget the name, the guy that have the Canon T3i.
Okay.
Well, yes, that have, well, it's the same, the APCM. Let me here, okay. Oh. Hey, the same camera that have Tom Pickett, sorry.
I can just see some, yeah. I can see the ice cap on the left.
You can see some detail,
Yes,
and I can
just
about, I'm going to open Stellarium. I want to see what it.
Yes, with a little of imagination, sometimes from my balcony.
Let me see, what is the.
Yes. It's a little...
Okay, that's, yeah, I'm not imagining it. Those dark areas are real.
No, but the ice cap is really, yes. I can tell you that the ice cap is real. It's a really
I can see some surface detail.
Yeah, I can see kind of the.
Yes. some people say the X of Mars.
Yeah, it's kind of like an X. It's going like from 1 o'clock to maybe 8 o'clock. There's kind of a dark marking.
Yes. But you know, I think that this is the best focus that I can get.
Right.
What focal ratio are you shooting at? Is this f10?
You prefer that? I can try, no problem. Here is a live. You can see my hand. I don't have the focuser. It's a hand focuser.
Yeah, is this at f10? You have a Barlow on there or not?
Yeah. I hate the cassegrains to make focus, you know. I need to put here a refractor. But it's okay, it's in focus. This is the best that I can do it.
This 8-inch?
It's a 5-inch Schmidt-Cassegrain telescope.
Oh, it's a 5-inch. Okay.
Oh, it looks bigger.
Yeah.
It looks bigger on the mount.
Yes, it's the telescope that I saved from the barbecue. The entire completely what's it's a telescope that I saved from the. It was entirely covered of fat from the barbecue, in a place. It was incredible.
Yeah, that's the reason the mount looks big is because the IXS 100 and it's actually modeled after a
Yes.
larger mount. It
Yes,
looks bigger than what it is.
I gotta say, for a 5,
Yeah,
this is pretty good.
Is Mars
Really,
about
I love this mount. Yes.
is Mars about 25 arc seconds? Is that right, Jerry?
Yeah, I think the biggest it's going to be is like 26 in 2 weeks or something is how big it gets.
Right. So we're near October 1st right now, so maybe it's about 24.
24, 25 maybe even.
Yeah, it's big.
For this mount, this telescope is nothing. Maybe I'm not sure to use at 8 inches Schmidt-Cassegrain over this mount. For visual purpose, I think that work okay, but 5 or 6 inches is perfect for this mount. Or a apochromatic of 80 millimeters.
Yeah,
maybe.
some people have run a 102 on it, actually. People have loaded that mount up quite a bit. If you get on the forum, the PMC8 forum, it's amazing what people have loaded the IXS 100 mount up to. They put extra weights. They've actually put 4 weights on the counterweight bar and loaded up to like over 20 pounds of equipment.
Yes.
And it works for them. There's probably a lot of if you tap it, it would vibrate a lot and take a while to damp, but it still works.
Yes. And the problem of this is that I need to adjust the name of in English of the worm. I need to adjust a little the worm from the maybe
the lash.
Yes, because I have a little of backlash, and this is why. If I adjust this, because it's easy, because I found the how to make this in internet and from Explore Scientific, of course. I think that I have more better work when you have wind, because maybe the problem with the wind is that I have a little of backlash.
Yeah, right.
Yes. Yeah, and it's really easy because it's the system is very easy for everybody. You know,
Well,
it's
the
not
detail just
a
really
technical
popped out there for a second.
Yes, only do you need remove 4 screw, and it's very easy.
All right. Well, I'm gonna head out, guys. It's almost 2 a.m.
I want to show you guys.
But I work on technical repairing this.
Thank
yes,
you, everyone.
Yes.
I'll definitely be back next time.
Yeah,
thank you.
Hey, Zen, you see this?
I love this. Whoa.
Good night, guys.
Take care.
Yeah.
Good night.
Take care.
There's my dual system.
Yeah.
Those lenses in the front are 106 millimeters each.
Awesome. Awesome.
Whoa. Yeah, there are fluorite.
Yeah.
Excellent. Yes.
Those are expensive lenses.
Yes.
All anodized aluminum.
Yeah.
No plastic in there.
Yep. No. Wait. So, yeah. All right, gentlemen. Thank you very much. This is a great star party. I think people enjoyed spending time with us. A gentleman named, someone goes by the name of Arians said that Mars is 22.4 arc seconds in diameter right now. So that's
Okay.
growing. So you want to get out and check out Mars while you can, and we will be back again for another Global Star Party, certainly next Tuesday, and we'll be planning on a European edition Star Party with Gary Palmer, probably coming up another week from now. So I want to thank everyone. Thanks for participating. Tom, thank you very much. I hope that you enjoyed it. Dave, thanks to you and for hanging out with us and showing us some great images there. Cesar, thank you for being our trooper out there in Argentina, showing us the planets from your balcony. It's great. Richard, again, thanks a lot for chiming in and showing your great images from last Global Star Party. And Jerry.
Yeah.
Jerry, did you get clouded out this time?
Yeah, it was raining. It's raining today.
Okay, all
This
right.
is just like
On
up
Mars?
in Maryland.
Yeah, on Mars. That's right.
On Mars. It's
And Chuck, thank you. Thanks for participating on our daily show and your program and all your experiences and stuff like that. Sharing those with us is really, amazing. So you guys have a great night. And as Jack Horkheimer always said, keep looking up, and we'll be back. We'll see you tomorrow again on our daily program with the Explore Alliance Live.
Hey, Scott, can we do this again?
What's that?
Can we do this again?
Of course, you're a
I really enjoyed it.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah.
I want to tell my little story about this baby, how I came to have this when I was 14.
Okay. All right. Next show. You guys save some for the next show.
Yeah.
That's great. All right. So, yeah, take care. Take care. And we will pull the curtain down. Here we go.
That was great.
That's right. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks.
Thanks to you, Scott.
Yeah.
Good night, everybody.
This was great, wasn't it? I
It was
actually